Morning.
Good morning. How's things on the East Coast this morning?
What's up? What's up? Happy Tuesday.
Morning, Brandy.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
If it's any better, I'd be paying them.
Love you, goats.
Just a little better. Just a little. I'm telling you, it's very close.
Well, boy, I got some stuff to share with y'all today, but we're going to let the space fill up before I do. Me and my sister, I went to see my mom this weekend in Houston, and of course, because I'm who I am and I have to see what's going on, I went over outside of Liberty County to take a look at that land where all the immigrants are. Oh, let me just say, we should definitely be concerned. I'll rephrase that. Illegal is the key. Illegal immigrants.
Well, you said you went by it and you actually looked at it?
Oh, we drove through it so many times we left because I thought that if we drove through it again, they might notice who we are, and we're not. We stuck out like a sore thumb. Yes, we drove right through it. It's about, I don't know, 20 minutes from my mom's house. Too close for my comfort, that's for sure.
Wow. How about, how about the local impact? The convenience stores and Dollar General and all
Oh,
these stores that they're.
oh, Marlin, they've got their own. Oh, you just wait. They got their own. They don't have to go outside the what they call colony, quote unquote. They don't have to go anywhere. Literally, land, cars, Dollar General, 5 nail salons, AT&T store. Well, I say store. It's a pop-up. Um, they know what they're doing. They're setting them up with everything they need right there. And the police station, it's no bigger than my living room. There is no way a police station is going to do any good with all those people.
How many people are in that colony?
They say right now 75,000. The projected number they want and plan on having there, 200,000. And it is a tiny place, and we were literally in bumper to bumper traffic the whole way down the main street. It was insane. It is tiny place. There should never be bumper to bumper traffic in that town. Ever.
Wow. I don't like the word colony. And I'll have to say, I'm out in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, I'm getting back to civilization now. What's up, Steeler? How you doing this morning?
Can you hear me?
Yep, got you good.
You can hear me loud and clear? Because I'm on my computer, on my laptop. I'm not on my phone.
Yeah,
I hear you just fine.
yeah, we can hear you. What's up, Marlon? How you doing? Hey, Brandy, Goats, Rebel.
Morning.
What's up, brother?
Just back at it. Back in the grind. Contracts and plan documents buried in it.
Oh, yeah. Back in the saddle again. That's what I'm doing. I have to tell you all, I'm not totally bonded with my new phone here. So I'm trying to look for my speaker attachment here, and it's killing me.
What kind of phone is it?
It's a Pixel 6, Google Pixel 6.
Oh, yeah, that's Android. I don't do that.
Did you just say Google phone? If it's a Google phone, Marlon, you need to step away. It's probably going to detonate in a matter of 20 seconds.
Is it feeling warm, Marlon? If it's feeling warm, that means the countdown has begun. Just quick, keep it cool before it explodes.
Your room's
If it's
about to fill
feeling,
up.
if
I'm
it's
sorry, Rebel.
feeling
Go ahead.
warm, shall we dance, my dear? Good morning, everybody. No, I was going to say, if it's feeling warm, it's already too late.
Google Pixel phone. I have never heard anybody have one of those.
I've got a Pixel 7.
What?
No,
Your phone is 1 pixel higher.
I was trying to tell Marlon that Kiwi closed her room and sent us all over here, so your room's about to fill up.
Oh boy.
I had a friend
All right, good.
Google
I
Pixel.
still can't find my speaker here, so I'm good. I'm good. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing bloody well. Yours is
Better than a sharp poke in the eye.
I'm doing well, and yours is the first room I've been in all night that I see the purple pill running properly.
Why are people losing their pill?
I don't know. Well, no, it's there, but you can't access it. Now, the little figurines down the bottom beside the speaker, beside the mic, in some of the rooms, even with my room, it was overlapping the side of the mic. And even though the speech bubble thing was there for the purple pill, the purple bubble was missing around it.
You know, the last like 4 days or more, I've been hearing a lot of weird stuff about people coming in, not being able to hear, people having problems with it. So I think something has been going down with Twitter again. They're probably running something because there's been a lot of the same complaints.
I was in a room the other day and I pulled up their pill to post and I couldn't post in it. It was really weird.
Yeah, that was what I've seen all day today. I couldn't bring up the thing to post in it. It was there. I just couldn't bring it up at all. I went to start a room, was it yesterday or the day before? And everyone that came into my room, their photos were all missing and I couldn't click on them. And if I dropped my screen down to refresh my screen without leaving the room, I couldn't bring my screen back up. I had to actually fully shut my phone down to reset everything.
Yeah, have you had the one where you start a room and then you click on someone's picture and then it closes your space? I've had that.
Not yet.
You know, MAGA, you said a minute ago you're just back to the daily grind. Well, I am really grinding. Put a video down on the pill.
Throwing sparks. Awesome. Just make sure you wear the PPE, man. Don't skimp on the PPE. I'm telling you, your eyes, everything, precious.
I've got the full face mask, the fucking... No, I'm kidding.
Did you guys see that video that's circulating where the guy was cutting and then the saw broke in half and he turns the camera towards him and the saw is sticking in his security glasses right by his eye?
Oh, God. No, but
wasn't that like a grinding wheel or something? I think it was a grinding wheel and it broke. Yeah, yes. And it broke and a piece of it. Yeah, I saw that.
That was freaky.
Well, there's a new video circulating around here of Stu Peters at a Target talking about how they're setting up terminals again, folks. Here we go. It's the OK now. Buckle up. Buckle up, everybody.
I thought you were tying that to grinding, Kate. I was like, Stu Peters is grinding?
But wait, but wait. So you guys are talking about them setting up terminals and all that stuff. Well, thank God we made friends with the truckers, and the truckers are going to be able to follow that. So we had a discussion in Noah Live last night that because the membership is getting so many people, they're going to what's going on. So I don't think too
Marlon,
much.
You're rubber banding, Mum.
you're real bad. Yeah, you're real bad, honey. He said he got a new phone though. He's fighting with it. So
Blubber dandy. It happens.
Look, rub it and make a wish.
you say rub it and make a wish.
Okay, I'm making a wish right now, Kiwi.
Or throw it in the lake if you have a lake near you, and go get a new phone.
Oh wait, you were talking about rubbing the phone? My bad.
No, that was me.
His phone's going to do like that phone in that Transformers movie.
Give me another minute.
Walk away.
I'll be in better reception.
Yes, sir. This is the way.
Stella, when will that happen when our phones transform on us? It can't be that far away.
We haven't even got hover cars.
I'm always losing my phone, and I know I keep it right beside me, and that thing's always disappearing. And half the time I find it in my chair, but I swear I don't put it there.
I can't find my
When they
phone right
fix
now. I'm
the,
looking
the
for my phone. I just can't find it.
when they fix the ice cream machine at McDonald's, then I'll believe that we had the capability of getting phones that will transform.
That's the truth. Whenever they figure that out, then you know we're screwed. Everybody run for the hills. You better learn to fish and hunt and gut and de-skin and all that, because whenever McDonald's fixes their fucking ice cream machine, oh yeah, the world is coming to an end. Like in 7 days at least.
So what problem?
That right there is why I question the moon landing. If we can't fix the ice cream machine at McDonald's, we can't land on the fucking moon. Come on.
Hang on. We do not have an issue with our ice cream machines in McDonald's here. Now tell me about this problem you guys have, or do you need a Kiwi to fix it for you?
No, they just, the manager told him to unplug it and plug it back in. They did the first part, but with their attention span, they forgot to plug it back in, and nobody's been smart enough to frickin' check it in like 30 years.
I'll tell you what it
Yeah.
is somebody has to break that machine down by hand every night. And if they don't have enough people to do it, they don't clean it. And if they don't clean it, they can't sell the next day. That's what the truth is.
And I was just going to say, Kiwi, I'm not sure that you can fix it because, let's see, how old am I? I believe it's probably been since I was about 5 years old. 42 years ago, they all broke. And now, good luck on finding a McDonald's with working ice cream.
We didn't have McDonald's in the country then. So I think we've got all the newer upgrades. I'll give you a laugh though. There was a jet boat. It was made obviously in Canada or wherever in the colder countries, and for some reason they couldn't work out why in America and other nations it was always overheating. Well, a guy here in New Zealand was given one of the motors to try and fix the problem. So he ended up rerouting a few pipes on it and fixed the problem. The company over in Canada rang him just to find out what his solution was for it. And it took a friggin' small mechanic to fix a problem here in New Zealand that the Canadians could not fix at all. And they designed the friggin' thing. So, when it comes to your McDonald's machines, you might need a Kiwi.
Look,
well, in fairness, they don't run on horses.
I can't wait till Kiwi comes over here. Just saying.
Hold on. All I got to say about that, Kiwi, is that we all know. I mean, I know because I was a certified combination pipe welder and structural steel welder. So, I was hands on, and I burned rod, and so everybody knows that engineers, the ones that build the blueprints on the computers, are special. We're not going to call them the R word, but we're just going to call them special because they put shit in a blueprint, and oh yeah, it works on the computer, but then when it gets out into the shop, you're looking at them like, are you are you special? So
The super special.
it usually takes a mechanic or somebody that's hands on to actually get it fixed and figure out what the engineer wants done, and then put it back together the right way. Yeah.
I have a question for Steeler. It's
Yeah.
been 2 months and I have followed you and you haven't followed me back. If you're not going to follow me back, I'm going to take my follow back.
Well, who is it?
Oh, you're amazing, Miss Kitty.
I got to keep my numbers even, guys. I'm sorry.
There you go, ma'am. I didn't even know.
All right.
You
Okay.
followed
It's
me.
fixed.
There you
My
go.
day is complete. Thank you. I feel whole now.
All right.
The claws are retracted, and I see Big Daddy's hand.
Yeah, I just have to say the ice cream machine issue is a combination of this generation has no common sense and they're pure freaking lazy.
Yep. Is anybody else trying to figure out how if you stick a kiwi in an ice cream machine, it's going to fix it? Because I'm like really confused over here.
Well, it depends what sort of kiwi you're talking about. There's 3 kinds of kiwis. There's the kiwi fruit. No, I'm not fruity. Okay, just saying. I'm not all green and mushy on the inside. There is the 2-legged, I wouldn't even call it feathers, tuffled bird with a long beak. Short bill, long beak. Anyway, either whatever it is. And then there's the 2-legged humankind. Now, we don't go in to the machine. However, we usually pick up a bat or what do you call it? Friggin', what's that silver tape that you have? Anyway,
Duct tape.
We do duct tape. That's the one. Look, if duct tape doesn't fix it, the bat will certainly destroy it.
Okay, well, let me point out one thing though, Kiwi. There is one thing that you share in common with the kiwi fruit.
What?
You're sweet like a kiwi.
Oh. I wouldn't know that. I tell you what, stay here for a week and you'll be begging to leave. Trust me. No, honestly. But I'll tell you what. Here's a little fun fact, okay, about the kiwi bird. So I've got to work it out. It's either, okay. So it's got a long bill. Yeah, I think that's it. It's got a long bill, but it's got the shortest beak. So they measure, I think, the beak from the nasal passage down to the tip. And so when you look at a bird, its nasal passage is right up by its eyes, correct? When you look at your birds, the nasals are right up by the eyes. But on the kiwi bird, they're right down at the end of the beak, the bill, or whatever. So might have the longest bill, but it's got the shortest beak.
It sounds like you. A lot of bills and short. It sounds just like you.
That's why I need a step ladder.
All right. So, do I sound better now?
Yes, sir.
So, Kate, you were talking about these terminals, these underground terminals. Is that correct? Did you say that?
No, these are the ones for the next pandemic.
For the COVID shot.
So, I was on Noah Live last night on Facebook, and we were talking about...
Stu Peters, he did post a video of them starting to set up the terminals again for rapid testing,
Kate, can you hear Marlon?
No, I can't. Oh no. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. No big deal. So we talked about. I'm
He
sorry.
keeps bouncing in and out.
Sorry. How about now? So we talked about trucks going into these underground facilities and these other tentacles that realistically these other big brokers don't have all the tentacles that they need. So even for military contracts, there's owner operators that are taking this stock, right? So when you're gaining organizations, you're talking about an organization now that's probably 300,000, 350,000 strong. So they're going to give you a good look at what's going on out there. So I was pretty encouraged coming out of that space last night, or at Noah Live. I thought it was great.
I thought you didn't Facebook, Marlon.
Well, you know what? I was shamed into going because I was told that I was avoiding it.
It worked.
But it was worth it. It was definitely worth it, Marlon. It was a
Marlon,
good
did
show.
they? I'm sorry, Marlon. Did they talk about those videos that the truck drivers take when they're going into the tunnels and while they're in the tunnels? Because I've seen a lot of those pop up lately.
We did not, but we are definitely going to be having our eyebrows and antennas up, I can imagine. So again, guys, with the allegiance that Noah is making, it's making everybody's word a lot stronger. So I came out of that Noah Live last night pretty pumped up, right? Big Daddy, pumped up, man.
Yes, sir.
They're using StreamYard. I don't think they're using Facebook to do that or a Zoom call. I think he's using a platform called StreamYard to create it, and then he puts it out on YouTube.
You are right. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it's funny you say that because I had some trouble trying to get on, and yes, you're right. That is the streaming platform.
Really, man, I thought it was actually really easy to use because when they send you the link, all you got to do is click on that, and then at least I had a better time using Mike's platform than I did at Chuck Nagel's platform. But again, maybe it's the phone setup. I don't know. It just seemed really easy with Mike's platform for me, and harder on Chuck.
Hey, Marlon.
The Mike, Dad.
Did you switch browsers last night?
No.
No, so it was
when he posted that link in the chat. I tried to push on the link and it wouldn't work. So, and then Jamie sent me a link that did work. So, and then to your point, Maga, when you were in that service, the microphone, you didn't have to push it on and off, and it just registered. So when you talked, and it was very easy, and I didn't feel the drop off like I did on Neggles.
Yeah, like on the other one, I could have left my mic open, but okay, it's difficult to describe. But on one system, I had to swipe that left and right. Now, the only choice I had there was to leave my mic open. But in Mike's room, you could actually toggle it and actually turn off your mic. So I think it's just better to mute yourself at all costs if you can. Having a platform where you don't have it at your disposal right then and there is kind of frustrating. But either way, it works. Whatever you got to do, we just adapt and overcome. It's just got to deal with what you got. Like, I mean, if you got a Google Pick 6, whatever, you got to deal with it. If you got a Pick 7, you just got to deal with it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm dealing with it. This thing's like I don't know. I don't like it. It's almost too smart, right?
I'm gonna make a give and go so we can get Marlon a new phone.
Brandy, you had your hand up. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Kiwi.
So I was gonna ask because I missed that, and I will go back and see what was talked about last night. But I have not heard the tunnels story or anything about the tunnels when it comes to trucks. The only tunnels I've heard about are tunnels that I actually can't talk to people who have seen them. So could someone elaborate, or maybe a trucker elaborate on these tunnels?
So, actually, it's funny, Brandy. It was a lot of a discussion when we first started Spaces and we had Jamie come in when they were first getting this organization. And Texas has been in and out of these Walmart underground terminals. So they are there. That underground structure is really there for Walmart, for these other big stores. Like they use these as like a transportation hub, and all the truckers come in there. And you got to remember, 80% of them are owner operators. So they, I'm sure by now they've converted to more of a company trucks moving it, but they're still using owner operators. So I don't know if it's gotten squashed, less traffic in there. I'm not sure, but they are there, Brady.
So you're saying tunnels under those facilities you're talking about?
Well, it was like an underground shipping terminal that they were in several times, and they keep rotating the stock. So they'll sit for 6 months and then they'll rotate the stock. So yeah, Texas been out of there many times.
I will have to talk to Texas. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Jamie.
Yeah, just wanted to say hi. I didn't know if anyone could see me or not. So
We see you. We love you. It took me for a while to realize that you're naming your name doesn't say Jamie Weed Coordinator, because that's what I thought
that's
it
funny.
was.
I never. No, that's my old career. Yeah. All right. Good morning, everybody.
Morning. I'm sorry. So I think Kiwi was next.
Oh, good morning, Jamie. It's good to see you, Marlon, and everyone. So Marlon, my MAGA, make a godly alliance, make a godly allegiance. I think we need to really look at getting that out there. Because when the king was crowned, which is very important, he told the people to make an allegiance to him. And that's not where we should be making our allegiance. So at my MAGA, I think we should look at getting that out on a t-shirt and really getting that, make a godly alliance, make a godly allegiance, making a godly army out there. So we can get it to the people and get people to make sure that they're making the right allegiance to God and not to Satan or, Satan's son. And I just want to drop that to you. So I wouldn't mind getting into a chat about that at some time with you. I have a couple of visible ideas in my head that I can see that would look stunning. And I'm over this evil crud on earth, and I definitely want to step that alliance up to God and the allegiance to him. And anyway, I don't want to leave that there with you, sweetheart.
Yeah, I agree, and I mean John can probably attest to this. We mention it often when we refer to the MAGA terms. So we've said it many times. In fact, we said it on Chuck Nagel's show, and so we are working on artwork and things like that in the background that people don't really see yet, because I'm trying to get everything together before I actually release something. So I don't really talk about too much because I like to have something in my hand that I can show people before I say something about it. But just to let you know, I am working on some stuff. I shared something with Marlon, and part of setting everything up, you need to have the right vendor, you need to have the right partnerships, you need to have a lot of things in place to do things right. So I could just run out and get some half-ass prints, or I could actually put together something that's like actually really beautiful and nice, and that's kind of what I'm working on right now. So in haste, sometimes we make waste, so I like to be really thoughtful before I do something, because I can't take it back. once I release
Exactly.
something or do it, I can't reverse emotion, so I have to make every step be proper. So yeah, but
Oh,
Kiwi, definitely, we mention it
yeah,
a lot.
I have to, because the more I watch this stuff on the King, the more I shudder inside. You know, I mean, I've always known he's the evil one, but the more I watch all of the stuff, just how it's all accumulated and it's all put together in ABC format for us to listen to, it just makes me shudder to see that this is where our world is heading for our children. And I'm sorry, it makes me absolutely shudder. And I definitely have to do those audios in these rooms, because they're very eye-opening when you hear what they're saying. And I know you won't have the same visual, but I'll drop the video in the bubble if I'm allowed. I've got to work out how to work the nest at the top yet, but I would definitely be sharing the videos alongside these audios when I do them, because I think how they've put all this stuff together is very pertinent. We are certainly stepping into a very evil time on Earth, and I think it's time that we make our alliances very clear now, and that's where my alliance certainly sits. And I'm grateful for all you guys coming in on that, because it ain't nothing without all of us coming together for it. And so definitely thank you for everyone that's participating in these rooms that will help get these messages out, whether it's MAGAMISSION, whether it's Noah, whether it's the Shepherd's Watch. You're all a part of this great drive on Earth right now for everything that's right. So just letting you know, I appreciate all of yous.
It's so funny, Kiwi, because the stigmatism with MAGA, that's the first thing I go to. So I'm reminded of that every day. So yeah, it's a good fighting point. It really is. I love it. Let's go to Janet. Good morning, Janet. How you doing?
Good morning. Yeah, I would like, since you brought it up, Kiwi, I'd like to know who are you speaking of?
As in the Dark Prince,
Yeah.
that's King Charles.
Okay. All right. Because, that would help a lot of other people that are listening to understand where you're coming from when you mention the name. Besides just Satan, you said the Son. So I was like, okay, who is that? Because a lot of people see a lot of different people that are high in government as maybe being the Son. You see what I mean? So would
Yeah.
just mention you're
No,
talking about.
definitely him. If you go by the prophecies of the Bible and all the things that come together from the Bible to that person, it's got to be somebody who has at least control of 1/4 of the world. Not one person in our parliament has that, but the king does, because he's got the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where he holds that. Then it's the unicorn, and it's the lion, the head of a lion, the body of a panther, and the feet or whatever. It's all of those things that are combined. But then it's Camilla's stuff that comes in on that too, so she tops it off. So how they break this down is unfriggin' real. And I'm so glad that these guys, this lady hosts this show, and she's had these two different guys on, but they've, so far from what I've listened to, and it's stuff I've known for a long time on some of this, it just consolidates it all. And it gives you the revelations and all of that, and it shows you where all the connections are.
Well, thank you for answering. And the other thing I was going to say was when you were talking about using StreamYards or I don't know what the other one is. It just went blank for some reason. Streamlabs. You can use that StreamYards, and you can air your show or whatever it is you're wanting to do over multiple platforms, over Rumble, over Odyssey, Facebook, even what I'm planning on is using it on Twitter. Once Twitter has got the capabilities to do that, that's where I would like to stream my live streams, kind of like what Tucker's doing. But you can use it, and it's very simple. And they also have a free version for people who don't know whether or not that's what you want to do. You download everything and use OBS on your computer, and you're able to do live streams and see whether or not that's what you want to do. And you can invite people. Sometimes a link won't work because depending on what link they send you, sometimes depending on which platform they're using, the link only works for one person. And then other times it can have a multiple link until all the seats are taken on your panel, things like that. Yeah, if you want any help with any of that stuff, if you don't already have somebody in there, I do that. I'm on Rumble, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok with all my different stuff that I do. And I'm also on lots of other people's shows on panels. So
Well, cool.
just
I think I definitely was going to do it in a room here. So at the end of each video, I can pause and we can talk about what they're saying, or even pause the video and talk about sections of the video and have that open conversation with the room as a whole. Because I think talking about it instead of just listening to it gives you a better understanding. Or if you question something or miss something, we can go back to it and go over it again. So I definitely want to do it on something like here or in Telegram, where even the video can be shown in Telegram. But definitely thank you for that. I'll keep that in mind.
Let's go to Brandy. Go ahead, Brandy, and then we'll go to Mr. X and then Monique.
All right, Marlon. Well, I'm ready to light this place up with my experience from this weekend. So do you want them to go first? Because we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, mine's real quick.
Yeah, let me go to Mr. X, and then we'll go to Monique, and then we'll go back to you. That's cool.
Sounds good. Hey, thanks, Brandy. Yeah, mine's real quick, Marlon. Hey, thank you guys so much. Thanks, Marlon, for bringing me up as always. Maga, you were in a space yesterday, so awesome to be here. Jamie as well. Hey, real quick, to Kiwi's point. Like I said, I usually only come up if the topic hits on something that I'm pretty familiar with. I like to be more observant than I am, up on a platform, believe it or not. But to Kiwi's point with the Make America Godly Again, the whole notion behind that and Godly Alliance, I think that's, I had not actually heard that until I stepped into this space. So I applaud you, Kiwi. And I love the concept, and Maga, you're right on point when you say that you could just spit out, low resolution, type, shirts and whatnot, because that's so prevalent these days. So yeah, I just wanted to come up and just kind of acknowledge that as well, Maga. You're right on point with having to establish the vendors and all that. If you're going to do it right, you got to do it the right way. So yeah, that was it for the most part. Thanks, Marlon. Really appreciate it. Great space. Thanks, Maga.
Thank you, Mr. X, for that. And I agree. I absolutely agree. It has to be done right. And it's got to be visually attractive as well, to bring people into it. But thank you for that. And it's just, I like to take a negative and turn it into a positive. And people have made MAGA a worldwide negative. So, it's an easy thing. Turn it into a positive.
Well, you had that notion from the beginning, so you've been saying that saying for a while, so we've all adopted it. Let's go to Monique.
Hey, Marlon, thank you very much for the mic. This is a question for Kiwi. So Kiwi, you were making the comparison in Revelations where they're talking about some of the prophecies and revelations about the end times and things that we should look out for. My question to you on this, because I've done a little bit of reading on it. I know at one point in Revelation it mentions something about the falling of the eagle. Now, obviously, we've had many of empires that have had the eagle as part of their insignia. We had the Roman Empire and at one point the Nazi Party as well. So what is your thoughts on that?
Right. I've still got a few videos to go through, but you have to go and look at when King Charles was, of course, crowned. The oil that, you know how when you, like, Mary bathed Jesus's feet in oil, right? Well, right. So when the king was anointed, it wasn't done with his feet. It was over his head, over his shoulders and arms. And this come out of a phoenix. And so I'd have to share if you go down my wall, there is 3 videos there. You'll see King Charles's face on them and Lady Di on one of them as well. Watch them. Absolutely. And follow I think at least the year's worth of podcasts the ladies put out with these guys. Watch them and you will see it all. You will see where he was crowned and the whole shebang. They'll connect all the dots for you. Absolutely. But when this eagle was depicted, it didn't fit with the eagle's wings or the eagle's neck or things like that. This is what he was saying. And the closest thing was the phoenix. Well, the oil come out of this phoenix that was put on the king. So definitely go watch that because the visual will relate with you more than probably, because I'm not very good at explaining things. And it's probably something I'm going to have to go over at least 10 times for it to sink into my head properly. But definitely it is down my wall from yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's go to Brandy.
I see Albert's hand up. I don't know if he has a time frame, so he may need to speak before I go.
Sure. Albert.
No, yeah, I'll speak. She can speak first. I'll wait. That's fine. I got a few minutes.
Okay,
Have at
Albert. Well, guys, I wanted to share with y'all what my sister and I experienced this weekend. So I had went from the Houston area, and so I decided to go home for a couple days. Good excuse to go see Mom, just in case she had a birthday to go. I had a birthday to go to, and it was a good excuse to go see her, honestly, in case, she is older, and in case she, heaven forbid, believes anything that they bring here soon about locking down. I wanted to spend some time with her. Well, didn't realize how close I was until I looked on the map. I knew I was not, I knew I was within an hour of the illegal encampment I've talked about outside of Liberty, Texas, in these spaces. First of all, I didn't realize how close I was. Oh, God. So, me and my sister decided to jump in the car because that's how I am. Let's go check it out. So, we jump in the car and go. Well, I expected what we saw, but it was much more than what I expected, honestly. So I'm not going to share the city because it's important that people just don't go in droves to check this out. So I'm not going to share the city it's in. I'm just going to say it's outside Liberty, Texas, as I've said before. But what we experienced was mind-blowing to me. And honestly, I didn't have many words besides, and we're Marlin Space, right? So it's going to be censored, but it's like, wow, oh my gosh, oh my, what? Like you're turning your head and you're just like, really? Are they really doing this? So let me tell you what we experienced. First of all, I'm sure there's a couple ways into the area, but the one way we were going, it blew my, go ahead. Okay. It blew my mind the way everything was starting to bottleneck before we got there. So this is a small community. And when I say small, honestly, it should probably be a couple hundred people if they weren't cram packing people on the property. We did not exceed the 35,000 acres. We do not believe we saw that. We literally just drove down one street. that probably took up, I don't know, a couple miles, Kim. She's not up here on speaker, but I'm going to look for her throwing emojis. And so, yeah, okay. So when we get to this place, first of all, it's a one-way street. We go in, and you start immediately seeing that all of the signs are definitely San Jacinto, um, Terrenos. All your Spanish words are all over your signs. Your billboards, right? You're going in like they're. I'm gonna make a post to show you all these pictures and some of the video, but the way I can, without y'all seeing the video, it's like they get you to the area and then they start advertising what they want to sell you. Okay. So you turn down this road that goes into what it looks like a neighborhood, but it goes a long ways. It's like it's a paved road, but it's like you would think it would be a backwoods road, is what it reminds me of. I'm from Texas. We have a lot of backwoods roads. That's what it looks like. Well, once you continue going down the street, you start seeing that. Now, the first thing you see when you turn on this one street we turned on, guys, you've got brick homes on the left, and there was, off the top of my head, maybe 6 or 7, 8 brick homes on the left, multi-level brick homes, a lot of them having your wrought iron thrown together fences around them, totally not matching what, if you were going to pay for that home, what you would want to be your fence outside. It is definitely just thrown up. Doesn't matter. There's no, it, they call it a colony, and it's definitely a colony. You got your brick homes on your left, and they're selling mobile homes directly across the street on this one way or 2-lane street. They've got mobile homes on the right hand side selling them for $50,000. And then you've got at least 100 to 150 probably in that area, maybe 200,000 now on those homes on your left. It's the weirdest thing ever. Then you keep going down, and all of a sudden everything starts opening up. And when everything starts opening up, we're in bumper to bumper traffic. I'm not sure where all these people are coming from, but it was blowing my mind that we were in bumper to bumper traffic and we're in a small town. And let me tell you, we stuck out like a sore thumb. I did not see, I looked myself, and she could maybe say something different, but I didn't see any other white girls driving through the colony. We stuck out like a sore thumb. You had AT&T stores. You had, and I'm telling y'all, this is one street. Okay, listen to okay, 2 streets. We did make one turn. So on 2 streets, let me tell you what we saw. A car lot, a place to buy your mobile homes. What I'm finding out now, once I go look back in the translator, you do have land signs, but you don't have a land office, which is really weird in Texas because typically you have a land office. But I guess they don't want you to come in and see who's selling the land. I don't know. That's my opinion. And that's why I'm on Brandy today, because you're getting what Brandy thinks today. You've got about 4 or 5 nail salons and hair salons. You've got a Family Dollar. You have a pop-up AT&T tent so they can get their phones. You had a pop-up, of course, the window repair. I saw a Little Caesars. We had Family Dollar and Dollar General. Sorry, there was 2 of them now that I remember correctly. You have, I think there was 2 or 3 Mexican restaurants between those 2 streets. They're set up. It's a colony. It's a flipping colony. And they plan on having 200,000 illegal immigrants on this property, guys. I know we didn't see 75,000, but I can tell you we were in bumper to bumper traffic where there should have not been traffic at all, except for maybe on a Sunday in front of a church. It was concerning. And I never got nervous driving through, but I tell you what, after you drive through 4 times like we did, checking things out because there's so much going on around you. I mean, it was like a market. It was truly like a market. They had everything they needed. And if it was not going to 109 degrees in Texas, we probably would have seen the fruit stands and this, that, and the other, but we didn't see that because it would probably be just run their produce. But my point is, I'm trying not to cry now that I'm fixing to say this. We are in freaking trouble. And if you do not believe it, you need to believe it now. For someone who has lived in Houston all her life, except for the last 10 years, and has always been around every nationality, every ethnicity, race, whatever you want to say. I came from Houston. It's pretty much a melting pot at this point, which is still okay. But it looks like a third world country, and they're moving in people we don't know who they are. If I would have had, I'm going to be honest with you, if I'd had to go to the bathroom, I wouldn't have got out of that truck. I'd have found a can or something. Because I'm telling you, something's not right, and it's coming after our children and our families. Luckily, I know someone that's running for sheriff out there now. I didn't realize it till I started looking on Facebook yesterday, and thank God I found someone I know that's running for sheriff around that area. And when I tapped into him yesterday and started telling him what I saw, and he started telling me more of what he knows, y'all, when I tell you the CCP is on our ground, when I tell you, and I work this daily, but do you hear my emotions right now telling you this? Because when you put your butt in the middle of it, it changes it all over again. My fire is lit. My passion and my truth telling is going to be louder more than ever, because they're allowing. I even saw the invasion last year at the border with the kids, the 96 kids, but only 3 knowing their families. Y'all remember me telling you that story? I'm concerned that there's so many people in that area. We will never know who all the missing children or people are in that area, because there's no cop. I will say this. We spent at least an hour to an hour and a half in that area. I never once saw a police officer. Not one. And when we went to the police station, the police department / city hall, the one that I said that my living room is, okay, it probably is the size of my living room. It had no cars at it. Where's their dispatch? Where's their cars and their policemen that are there filling out reports? No one is there.
Wait, Brady.
Go
I
ahead.
have another question. Who's trucking the things into that community?
Yep, there's a lot of questions. There's
Did
a
you
lot
guys
of
have
questions.
guns?
Did we
you
what?
have? Did you guys have guns, Brandy?
That's not an answer I want to give.
Yeah, don't get that.
Okay. No, that's fine. I just carry my gun everywhere, so Missouri's.
I'm definitely from Texas, and combating sex trafficking, we're very aware.
I like the term, well, I may be or I may not be, but we'll let.
Yeah, you don't want to find out. Point being, guys, y'all always hear me talk about this. I'm not worried, but it's got me rattled. I encourage you to find out and make sure you don't have encampments that are being allowed in your state. And if you do, let's talk. Because we must. This is why Warrior and Marlin are so important. And this is why MAGA and Marlin are so important. This is why we all are so important. We must not allow this in our land. Period. I have nothing else. I can't say nothing else. I am blown away at what I saw and what is being allowed. To talk about it is one thing, but boy, when you put your feet in the middle of it, Lord help us.
Well, Brandy, I'll have to tell you, okay, this might be happening in Liberty, but, you talk about the CCP. They own big swaths of these major cities, okay? Philadelphia included. All right, there are areas down there that is entirely CCP. Now, there are other Chinese nationalists down there that are against the CCP. So you have a mix of both, but the words encampment, the word colony, I don't like these words at all.
And I just want to say, and then I'll be quiet, y'all check out that picture in the bubble down there. My sister pointed the sign out because I wasn't paying attention. I was looking the other way. There's Spanish above the English on this sign.
Well, I'll have so in a little pushback with that. When you go up into Upper Maine, and there's French there. You know, when you go into Western Ontario, there's French. When you get out, you know, more towards Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, that's a little bit more of a melting pot. But there's a large French influence in the lower 48. So, you know, I can only imagine. I mean, we're talking directions on buses. Everything's Spanish here. It's you know, it's
Well, see, what I have to say is I never saw that before, Marlon. And I lived not 30 minutes from that area.
I lived in Riverside. It's not there. It was never there before.
Never there. But here's the thing Grim pointed out. I want to point out to y'all, and I'll be quiet. Grim pointed out that it's over the English. Now think about our flags, guys. It's one thing to be able to communicate with everyone, but why is everyone else over English? That's not. It sits very wrong for me. And yes, but that you don't see those signs anywhere else, Marlon, in that area, ever. I came from that area. It blew my mind. All right, go ahead.
Huh. We'll go to Mr. X real quick, and then we'll go to Albert.
Actually, hey, Marlon.
Yeah, man. I guess let's go to Albert.
Said there's been a long drawn out battle, and where communism, socialism was taking over, and they want global peace, they want globalism, and they want peace without war, but it's got to be under the communists, right? So and that's what's going on here now. It's in full gear, full swing, and we have to fight back against that. It can't be peace on communist terms. It has to be peace on American terms for Americans. You know, that's why we need a global divorce. Let other countries do what they will. We'll do what we want to do. We'll make trade deals, but we don't need to be ruled and governed by somebody else, and we don't need to govern or rule somebody else either.
Well, to your point, Albert, you know, there's places in Minnesota that the Islamic community has, you know, taken grip of the local government, and they've changed the signs in their own communities and police.
Well, here's the thing. I have that here too, except with the Hasidic community, right? So, you know, they have synagogues like there's shopping malls, like they're going out of style, right? And then they have the public.
Wow, you're rubber banding, Albert.
All right, hold on. Can you?
Barely. We'll come right back to you.
Hey, Marlon.
Okay.
Marlon, can you hear me? This is Mr. X.
Yes, sir. Got you good.
Hey, yeah, as soon as Albert is able to come back up, by all means. I just have one quick point to Kiwi's note when she mentioned Revelations. I was on a call earlier this morning, and it was brought up, that topic. And I posed the question because GP was in the room. And I kind of wanted to get his take on it. But because it was brought up just earlier, I did want to mention it to Kiwi as well, because I posed the question is, if we are living in the end of times, everyone keeps saying that, you know, good will come, good will prevail, right? Which I do, and I feel very optimistic about. I'm hoping. But if we are living those end of times, my question to Kiwi is: last I checked, because I was born raised as a Christian man. Last I checked, in the Book of Revelations, evil somewhat takes over and wins. Correct me if I'm wrong, because everyone keeps referring to, yeah, oh, well, hey, everything's going to work itself out and it's going to be the greatest. And, because David, right? David versus Goliath, and David always wins, right? But that's not in the Revelations. So that's just my kind of question and my pose to everyone. I like I said, I do hope and feel that everything
That's good.
that's coming should be good. But yeah, I had that quick question.
So we'll go to Kiwi real quick and then see if Albert's got his mic back. Yeah, Kiwi.
I think if you go read the Terra Carta and look at what's going on in all our nations right now, and what isn't obvious, but it is obvious, the biggest heist in history of land, you will start seeing it all formulate through the Terra Carta, I believe. And that was also mentioned in amongst the videos that I've been watching. So, and I've been saying that the last few weeks about the Terra Carta. So that definitely grab. I'll send you one video, and then you can pick up the rest from her podcast on YouTube.
Thanks, Kiwi.
Thanks, Kiwi. Appreciate it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, one second. Let me go to Jamie and then we'll right to you, Albert.
Yeah, I was just going to say that in San Diego for some time now, there's been Arabic only sites. There's no English on it, so you can't, I have no idea what they say. So, that's kind of happening for years now. And before I left San Diego, I had a run-in with one of the city offices because they had on the flagpole, they had the Mexican flag above the U.S. flag. And I flipped out on them because I know flag etiquette. And, so this is something I think it's been going on literally for years. And, I think like many other things, we need to address them and go against them allowing this. And otherwise, they are going to just take over because I grew up in a border city, and it is a fine line from having your normal city numbers to being overwhelmed, and there's many things that can affect it being overwhelmed like this, and we've literally been living over a year and a half, 2 years of completely flooding in. So I seriously think it's time that we think about the fact that more of us need to get up and say something and do something, because this is not a joke. And as I said, growing up in the border city, I'm more than familiar with this stuff. So I just wanted to note that. Thanks.
I don't like the Mexican flag over top of the U.S. flag. If you're in U.S. territory, it should be flying first. Absolutely. Let's go to Albert. Albert, you back yet?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, got you good, brother.
All right. No, what I was saying was, all right, like we're going through that. We have the Orthodox community huge, and they are taking over governments. They have in certain towns and things like that. I just want to be careful when we talk about that, because we have these things called religious freedoms also, and then we follow the Lincoln Doctrine. We're separate areas divided by political parties, but of one nation still. So, in essence, local government is a reflection of the population, right? Even if that population is religious, no matter what that religion is. So the greater the populace of that sect, of course, it's just natural that they're going to have that overflow into government, local government. So on that intersection, we have to be careful what we're calling out, because we don't want to call out one thing as one thing and then destroy another freedom in the process. I think that's something we have to be careful about. Now, in that process, should they be flying another flag over the American flag? No. Should they be putting a religious doctrine in front of a governmental doctrine? No, right? So, I mean, both sides have to be careful on their applications, but we have to be careful how we're calling things out because we can't call one thing out at the expense of the other. But at the same time, we still have to worry about preserving our nation. And I do think that one of the things that we've gotten away from over the last 30 years that I was looking into, we've gotten away from teaching English as a first language to immigration when they apply to become a citizen. And two, we don't even have a process anymore for them to do the citizen path because now what they're doing is just open borders. Let's come here, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to follow the rules. So all that's got to get fixed and undone. And we got a battle on our hands, and we need people who are willing to make that fight happen. And we're going to need a Hadrian's Wall. We're going to need the military to go after the cartels. We have to stop this child trafficking and adult trafficking, right? It's not just the children; it's adults too. There's adult women who are captured all the time, right? So it's not a one size fits all. It's a many to many. You can't do many to one. So I'll land there.
But Albert, to your point, two quick points. Okay, I understand that they have taken over local government, but that doesn't mean that they should put street signs and all the verbiage of another language in America, right? Or like, Jamie said, combining the two it feels like, standing here as an American to see that is that they have taken over the local government. Omar.
That's the result. That's the result of what I was talking about, where we got away from teaching English first. That's why you got those other languages being prevalent, right? If we got back to teaching English first, right, those would go away. The reason why here we have police cars in Lakewood, right? They have their own police force and they're written in their own language, right? That's because they don't do English first, right? They're treated as a population separate from our nation, right? If you're going to be here, then you got to be part of our nation. You can't be a nation inside of a nation.
Well, I can tell you right now, I've worked in Lakewood many, many times, and the people there, not naming any names, the general population in Lakewood, they drive like total, like they stole the car. They all have dents in them. All you hear is screeching of wheels, beeping the horn. I mean, you really got to watch when you drive in that town. I'm telling you, when you look at all their vehicles, they're all dented up and beat up.
Yeah, you know what? I actually their court system's corrupted too. I had a court case, and I won. And what happened was, my dad died, and we got beneficiary money. It was divided amongst my siblings and I and my mom, right? So, but it is what it is. It took me a few months before I got around to cashing the check, right? So I bought myself a vehicle, and I only had the vehicle for 3 days, and one of them hit me, and they tried saying it was my fault. Thank God I took pictures. I showed the blood spot, as it were, from the vehicle. I showed the tracks, and the guy tried giving me a ticket and took me to court because he wanted me to pay $50,000 for his car, which wasn't his; it was his friend's. So I took that to court case, and originally they tried to make it where I had to be guilty, and I was like, oh hell no. So it lasted like 3 months, and finally I ended up winning. And it's hard to win a case against that community, but I stood my ground. And I wasn't, because I flat out told him, and I told the judge in the courtroom, and you can go check the transcripts. I told him, I said, look, what he did, what he's doing now, this is about blood at this point. I said, I want two things, and it doesn't exist in court. I can have satisfaction here in front of the court if the judge so orders it, right? I want a pound of flesh for this. But this was my dad's money. It's blood money. He's dead. And then you're causing this on me now with that. I want exactness. Or we drop this case and he takes responsibility for his friend's car and stop trying to push it off on somebody else. Either one. But this is about blood. So, there was some back and forth on that. But and then we ended up having
50,000.
Yeah, he was trying to get me to pay 50,000. The only way to do that was make me guilty. But wait, it gets better. So, they tried to put a gag order on me, and I said, well, it's already too late because I already told the press. And I said one of the things that had happened was first responder police that showed up wasn't the Lakewood police. It was their cars and their writing, and they surrounded me. And I had some issues, and so I was only back from Iraq not too long. So I had some issues there. So we ended up having a backroom meeting between the judge, the mayor, and me, right? So, because they wanted me to take responsibility until I telling me, well, if I say this to the public, and I said, I don't give two flying rats ass. I said, I'll go to jail. I says, I'm going to call all you guys out, especially since we're having this meeting. So next thing you know, we went back to court the next week. The guy was no longer in the country, and my case got dismissed. And I forget which version, prejudice or without prejudice, where they can't come after me again, right? So I ended up winning. I took him on, and I won.
You know, I always wanted to develop a bank robbery up there. I think if we all just dressed up as with the costume that they wear, and I'm not calling them out, we we came up with a really good plan. But anyway,
Wait, but real
And
quick,
that was all a dream, whoever's listening, because he wasn't really
that's
being
right. That's
and the
right. I
reason
had this in a dream.
and the reason we had that backroom
Tea
meeting.
party.
The reason we had that meeting in the back room, because I called out about the foreign language writing on the police cars. I said, constitutionally speaking, you should, since you have a Spanish community, and at the time they had a Muslim community there, it was small. I said, you're disenfranchising constitutionally because you should be having radio cars in other languages also. If you're going to do it for one, you need to have it for the other, right? So, and that's what also caused the stir, and that's what ended up that was the actual phrase that ended up causing the backroom meeting.
Got ya. Yeah, I don't like them backdoor meetings or backroom meetings. No, no, no. You go in with plastic in there. Look out, Albert. Let's go to goats.
It was
Goats.
the backroom meeting was in the courthouse in the judge's chamber, so I wasn't worried about it. But they were trying to put the strong arm on me, and I wasn't having it.
Attaboy.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Marlon.
there you go.
Yep. Thank you. Hey, Brandy, just to be able to share the story and whatnot. Do you happen to have any videos or pictures of that place you drove through?
I think she said she put it in the bubble. If I'm not mistaken, she put a
So
picture.
I can't hear goats, but I just read it. So I have a lot. I only put one picture down there. I do. I just have to take the time out of a space to go through them because I can't share it all. But I will be putting something together and I'll send it to you, goats. I'll post something.
Thank you, dear.
Let's say hello to Hippie. Good morning, Hippie. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing a little better. It's good to see all of you. Quite an interesting room today. I'm glad I stopped in. This this stuff has been insidious for as long as I can remember. I'm 61. It's been insidious. Well, especially I'm from California, so we've known it for a long time. Um, it's always felt like this takeover is about to happen. And so none of it really surprises me. What surprises me is the the ground we keep giving them. And I think that underlies my frustration the most is that we concede little by little, and here we are. So I guess that's all I had to say right now. But good morning, Marlon. It's I wanted to say something about New Jersey. Stayed at a Airbnb there. It was fantastic. What a beautiful place. Um, I can't wait to go back, and I hope this time we actually connect. But lovely people, and I'm looking forward to going back to New Hampshire. But anyway, good morning, everybody.
So wait, Hippie, was that the first time you were ever in New Jersey?
Yep, first time ever in New Jersey, New York. Uh, couldn't believe the difference between like we were in Times Square and we did the most touristy thing we could think of, which was get on one of those double-decker buses. The tour guide said he lived in Brooklyn and he says, wait till you see the difference. It was evening time and the sirens and the chaos and everything. Soon as we drove into Brooklyn was like crickets. It was amazing. It's just some of the neatest things I've experienced in a long time, and had the most lovely waitress in a New Jersey noodle place. She sat and talked to us for hours. It was great. So I just wanted to let everybody know it was a great trip.
See, it's not all like the Jersey Shore, right, Hippie? You know, we're not all stuck.
Exactly. No, lovely. And they were having a Puerto Rican Independence Day celebration. The whole reason why we didn't get to go over to see Liberty Park was because they kept detouring us. So finally, my son had to drive out of New Jersey. We were just like so disappointed we couldn't go see the Statue of Liberty. But other than that, Jersey was a blast.
Awesome. Good to hear it. And yes, I was busy. Actually, I was at Albert's rally. So yeah, but next time definitely. So let's turn.
I'm sorry I missed that. So I'm glad you got to go. Anyway.
Hey, so since everyone missed the rally, don't miss September 16th in Gettysburg. Big rally there. It's America. It's America first. Voice for the voiceless, and you don't want to miss it.
Nope, I'm going to be there with my bells on. Let's go to Jamie real quick, and then we'll go to money.
Yeah, so this is just another example of when you guys were talking about the language and English. In 1906, Theodore Roosevelt, put into Congress that so the test to become a citizen that you had to be speaking and understand English before you were allowed to take it. It's another example of them setting aside our already established laws and just doing what they want.
Agreed. There's too many concessions being made. There's too many compromises being made, right? Even in our local governments, and you're watching it. Omar's a good indicator of that in Minnesota. She has captured that voter base, and that's how she's become so strong, right? Let's go to money.
Hey, thank you, Marlon. Okay, so a couple things. First, Albert, were you the one who was talking about having to go to court over the thing with the car?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so I was going to say, this is a little funny that just popped into my head as you were saying. So you fought the law and you won?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I had to say.
I fought two laws. I fought our legal system and the their legal system.
Oh, there you go.
Embedded.
There you go. Okay, so also, Mr. X, if you are still in here, I did have a quick response to your question. Yes, it does indicate in the Book of Revelation that there will be a fall, and that that evil will triumph for a time. However, that's when the second coming occurs, is when evil will take its ultimate fall, and that will be the end of it. But there's a lot more in betweens in there. So you'll definitely have to, obviously, you'll want to do a little more reading and things like that. But yes, evil will triumph for a short season, but it will all take the ultimate fall in the end. Now, going on to what I was going to say to Brandy. So, Brandy, I lived in San Diego for a season, a very long season of my life. And in the parts of San Diego that were closest to the border, okay, and we're talking that they were like maybe one exit away from the port of entry, okay, we did have signs that was English at the top and then Spanish at the bottom, okay, we did have a few of those, but those were only in the areas that were literally right next to the frickin' border. Like the border was right there, and then one exit over, you're in the United States. So to me, that made a little sense that those were there, because you had people that were either just entered the country or whatever, and so their English wasn't super strong yet. So it made sense that it was down there. But when I started seeing signs like that popping up in parts of California that were not next to the border, then my questions started kind of going off in my head, like, wait a second, why are we having signs like this in, say, like Los Angeles and Orange County and things like places that are not even anywhere near the border? Like, we're not talking about like Hamul or anything like that. We're talking like
like way up north type thing. So yeah, I can definitely see your point on that. Also, going back to the whole Texas thing, I lived in Texas for a little while as well. I've been all over the country. I'm a military brat. Anyway, and I was a military spouse at one point. So neither here nor there. So going back to about what you saw with the you said that colony. Okay, essentially it's a colony, compound, whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay, that is, in my mind, as both a veteran and somebody who was married to a veteran, that is disturbing on so many levels, on multiple levels. For one, it's disturbing because I look at that and I go, damn, I jacked up my body and I did so much stuff that will never be repaired to myself to protect this nation. And now I've got essentially people I do not know showing up in my country, in my sovereign territory, and setting up places and doing this and doing all that. And yet people in my own country can't afford to buy homes, can't afford to buy land, can't afford to move if they need to move. But yet we've got these people showing up and thinking that they can lay claim. I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get angry here, because this raises my ire to such a high level because of what my family has done for this country and what many of my brothers and sisters in uniform have done for this country. And just I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to land it there, because if I go any further, I'm just no.
You know, it's funny, and then we'll go to my rear team bomber, 296 sorties, 52 missions over Germany, 4 Purple Hearts, 2 Silver Stars. And I watch people burn the flag, right? Or disgrace the flag, or kneel to the flag. Oh my God. You want to talk about the rage? My cousins and uncles came out of Vietnam. They were treated as baby killers. I remember this. I was a young kid. I still remember it. Let's go to Kiwi. Go ahead, Kiwi.
It's funny you're all saying this. I was actually just eyeballing a "Don't Tread on Me" flag for sale. I'm still tempted to go buy it, but I want to buy a better quality one than I was looking at. I want to go back to Brandy and Walmart. So Walmart. Anyway, when they all started closing down, was that about 8-9 years ago under Obama? And I've said this in this room before, right? Everyone talked about how they were emptied out, but no one saw a truck leaving with the stock. I keep saying to them, it went underground. Everyone's going, it can't have. And I said, there will be tunnels down there. And people will go, well, it will be on the blueprints. And I went, if the tunnels they don't want you to know about, no, they're not going to be on the blueprint. FYI, where did all the stock go? That's where it went. It went to the trafficking. This is why it was all covered up. This was why it was all fenced off back in the heyday when it closed down. And Brandy knows the rest to go along with that. But the thing is, people were going on about Walmart, but they were not questioning the things that they did not see happen. Stock leaving. And this was around the time all those coffins started, multi-person coffins started showing up all over the place.
So let me put my tinfoil hat back on for a second, and we're going to go to Brandy, Goats, and then Albert. You know, they talk about these underground facilities that you could put 2 or 3 tractor trailers side by side to go down these tunnels, right? So it's not just, you know, a miner's tunnel, right? And there's also grumblings out there that there's a civilization that's never seen the sun, right? So I don't know. You know, I don't know what to believe. So I'm taking it all in, and I'm taking my tinfoil hat off, and let's go to brain.
Well, just quickly before she jumps on there, just remember all that stock had to go somewhere. Okay, it didn't go to the back storeroom because the back storeroom was also empty. Brandy.
Whew, Lordy. So I remember, you're right, it was during Obama. I remember where I was when I heard for the first time that the Walmarts were being shut down and turned. I was actually sitting across from one in a parking lot and was having a conversation with someone about Walmart, and they told me about the Walmarts being shut down and starting to be turned into what they were comparing to concentration camps. And I thought they were losing their mind. And that was about 9 years ago. So fast forward to now, it so makes sense. All the dots are connecting in my mind. Yeah, so here's the thing, and I had to go back and verify with my sister because she's still around Houston a lot more than I am. Houston does not have these signs. Like, well, you don't see these signs at all in Houston. And that is what's just so mind blowing. And to Monique's point, I believe that's what was enraging me the more we drove, because the first time I was driving, second time she was, and it's like it was more intense when I was able to actually focus versus drive. And my mind was ready to pop because it just kept hitting me. Holy cow, they're on this land. Holy cow. Everything everyone's done, right? In the end, what the legal immigrants did to go through to get here the right way. I used to work for my family business, and I watched a man that we sponsored to get his permanent work visa, whatever it was called back then, but that's what I'm going to put it under the umbrella as, and make him legal over here and not have to go anywhere again because he was from Mexico, but he was top notch in our industry. So we wanted to sponsor him to get him over here forever, right? We had to pay 4 times. 4 times, guys, his application was lost. Over $200 a pop. So I get that there's a struggle for them to go through the legal way, but there's so many that do. And when you drive through this and see that, I wouldn't get out of the car, locked and loaded or not. Had we had a flat, I'd have been calling in the people we know to come change that flat. I would have said, no, we're not getting out to change that flat here. Absolutely not. It is extremely frightening. It's concerning because I don't give to fear, but it is frightening and concerning, and it must be stopped. Again, guys, we're talking about Houston with millions of people in it, and you see this sign nowhere else. I get around the borders, or the border cities, but that's where we got to realize that we're all border states and we're all border cities now, and I just saw it with my own eyes.
Well, Brandy, to your point about these encampments or colonies or communities, right? You know, that's what infuriates me about DeSantis and the bill that he signed in November 15th of 21. You know, he's given the state the permission to be able to encamp people, the Florida residents. It says it right in the bill. Albert, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, I mean, we're godly folk. We like to be, what I don't know what the right word is, humanitarian, right? So, but we need to fix ourselves first, and we can't be bringing all these illegals in, right? Because they're not coming over legally. Like what, 9,000 Chinese foreign nationals came in, stuff like that, without doing exigent circumstances, right? So just through that border alone. So we got a lot of problems going on, and with the communists owning land, owning farmland, owning businesses. We just found a place in California where they're doing God knows what experiments, right? So I mean, we got a lot. We got to fix it. We got to fix it fast, and we need to get loud. And I think, and the more I want to make this Gettysburg huge, and like if you got voice for this and you got evidence, come shout it out because I'm giving you guys that platform. It's not even about me. you know, and I got set up where you can do it without having to worry about support or endorsement. It's free of that. So, and there'll be disclaimers for that as well. And but it's going to be loud, and no one's going to be able to ignore it, you know. And I'll set up another platform after that as well, you know. We'll just keep hammering it, and we'll have to get the politicians to fight for us, or we'll fight for ourselves, you know, by getting ourselves in offices and things like that, you know, and then getting these policies through, and securing the border and kicking people out that mean and aim to do us harm. So, you know, we need to get righteous about our country, and we need to do it fast.
But they're already showing us signs, Albert. They're already showing us signs that, you know, they're putting their ideology first above America.
Well, you know what? The fight's not going to be easy, and it's going to be hard, and there's going to be some bad days. But we have to be willing to persevere if we're willing to come out and see the daylight. And no one should be disillusioned or illusioned, whatever phrase you want to use. All right, there's going to be some deep, dark, hard days ahead in this fight. No war has an easy day, and there's some bad days. And but there's a really good day at the end of the road. So that's what we have to keep our focus on, and we have to trudge through, and we have to fight through, and we have to know what our goal is, and we have to be willing to fight to the bitter end for it.
I see Kim stepped up. Good morning, Kim. How you doing?
Hi, good morning, Marlon. Yes, sir, we don't usually talk in the same space as Brandy and I. I'm usually listening when she's talking. But yeah, I just want to, just reiterate the things that she said. And, you know, she's been in this longer than I have. I'm still learning. And what was so shocking to me is it wasn't, I guess the type of encampments that I've seen are like FEMA tents and this type of stuff. And it wasn't that way. It was, I'm trying to be gentle with my words, but it was, you know, because we do have people all around Houston, all varying degrees of income, you know, and like Brandy said, we saw those big houses on one side and they were selling the trailers on, you know, right across the street. But what shocked me was the types of neighborhoods around. It wasn't like a tent encampment. And I kept telling Brandy, I'm like, but I don't see it. And as she's pointing it out, then it's, you know, dinging in my brain. And I'm like, yes, but it's just you would see several families, you know, not just like, you know, some houses have, you know, multi-generations. Oh, I'm sorry. But and then as we got into those populated areas, like she was talking about, there were so many people. And it's like, where do all these people go? You know, they're, you know, so, but yeah, it wasn't as I'm seeing on the news, you know, as some of these other people might be new to this as well with me. It's not like they're saying on the news, like a template or like a FEMA, you know, when FEMA comes. So it comes in all waves. So thanks for letting me speak, Marlon.
Well, Kim, and I bring DeSantis up again because this is the exact verbiage in those lines in that bill. You know, encampments, and deemed by the state, right? So if there's a state of emergency in Florida, right, and I'm just going to lay it out there, there's a hurricane coming brewing today, right? You know, could they, you know, take advantage of this language in that bill if they go under a state of emergency? I don't know. And you know what? If I was a Florida resident, I'd be well concerned. Let's go to Meta. Meta, wish you knew. How you doing?
Hey, Marlon, it's Lisa. I got canned for the 4th time, so this is my 5th account.
I'm sorry, Lisa. Well, good to see you. I'm glad you averted the wall.
Hey, I'm glad I got haters hating because it must mean I'm doing something right. The more you press on for the good, the more evil comes at you and keeps pressing. You just got to keep pressing on because it's just going to keep coming. But, I wanted to throw out there something. America's the melting pot of every nation out there. We are the only melting pot of every nation out there. Yes, we need to protect our communities, our culture, but we don't want to indoctrinate others into adopting purely our culture. And as a second language, it shouldn't be an issue. It's, what if you've got great great grandma that came over here and she's, legal? But the only way we can get anything done is through love. And, I've went back and I've done another search on child trafficking, and I see tons and tons and tons of children being saved. So to everyone that can stomach getting out there and being in those areas, those places, thank you. Again, from all those children that you may never hear it from their mouths, thank you, because you are saving their souls, literally. And I don't think God could give a greater thanks than that. Marlon, thank you for holding the space. And again, you guys are all pioneers and heroes, and I really do love you guys. And we're doing this. God won the war. We're just winning these uphill battles.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Thanks for coming up and sharing. And I'll have to tell you, a lot of the per se intel that I'm hearing, and it's not just out of this community, it's out of retired people that are working in the State Department that, possibly, we are seeing the after effects with these facilities that they built years and years ago, right? And now it sounds like we're just fighting against the appetite. It's not so much the superstructure anymore. I think the white hats from listening, not only listening to those guys, there's a lot of smoke on Telegram, so to hone our abilities to be able to help these people in our community and identifying these people and suppressing the appetite, right? I think that's what we need to do as Americans. Let's go back to Meta. Go ahead, Lisa.
I just wanted to say I bumped into the FBI.gov. The National Archives.gov website. And I was pleased to see that from K to 12, they are live streaming educational civil liberties education from the actual website. I would strongly recommend letting your school boards know and getting your families together all over the schools and having them live stream it. They have it on the individual age ranges, so it's really cool because they are now doing it from the National Archive for the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So every citizen will now be taught their rights without question.
Wow, I like that a lot. See that? It's coming down. The fight's happening. We're just not being told it's happening. Hey, let me turn to Carm here. Good morning, Carm. I see you stepped up. How you doing this morning, dear? What's going on?
Good morning, Marlon. Good to see you. Good to see everyone in here. Good morning, Maga. Good morning, Jamie. Thanks for hosting the space, co-hosting. Good morning, everyone. Kiwi, Brandy, Hippie, Albert, everybody in here. God bless you. I don't know. I just kind of listening in, wanted to jump up and kind of get involved. I went out and registered some voters this morning. Now I'm working, and I am getting involved with, looking at the fact that it's called Fact. It's on MAGAMISSION, working with, children that are being sex trafficked. They're being trafficked for their organs. So many different things that we need to be looking at. We got to stand firm, stand tall, stand up for our children. They don't have a voice, so we must be their voices. Save our nation, save our republic. They are the future. And so that's what I'm fighting on. So God bless you all. God bless the USA. God bless President Trump. And I'm proud to be an American citizen. Thank you, Marlon.
Good morning, Carmen.
Let me welcome Bumble up. Thanks for coming up, Carm. Always good to hear your voice. Let's turn to Bumble. Bumble, how you doing?
Good, Marlon. Thanks for giving me the mic. This one's going out to everyone except Lisa. I don't want her getting banned again. So we have a very short window here. They're so stupid in the White House that they've tipped their hand. So before we get involved in this mask mandates and more boosters and all this stuff. I think everybody should try. I've already tried several times, and they try to block me, but I have a way around it. So I've got it out there already. But do a tweet at Speaker McCarthy and say, no more debt ceiling negotiations without the cessation of tyranny, period. And then send that off to Speaker McCarthy. And do that in mass if you can. And if they try to suppress your tweet, just go to the little triangle thing that has you share it and highlight your tweet and share it via X again, so that it's like contained in your tweet. And that's a way around how they suppress you. So go ahead and do that. Hopefully we can get enough people to bombard them when he comes back into office for the fall semester. We can stop this before it starts happening again. Thank you.
You know, Bumble. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brandon.
Marlon. Yeah, another way around that, guys, is if you can't get your post to post, you can always take a picture of it and post your picture. I've been doing it for months. So get it out there. Thank you, Bumble.
That a girl. That's a great idea. Just taking a screenshot of it. This way, it's not all linked. Ding.
It's read differently, exactly.
How about that? I like that a lot. Okay, Brandy.
Yeah, I'm glad Bumble brought up the mask because I want to share something to remind people that we cannot comply with masks. From a sex trafficking perspective, once they put these masks back on people, okay, so we're already talking about in these spaces about the 89,000 DHS kids in DHS custody that we know, right? Because they actually reported it themselves. That's that number. I don't even like to say that number because that number is so wrong. But we already know about 89,000 kids being missing, right? Okay, once we get those masks back on people, once they get those masks back on people, unless you have the eye recognition technology, how are you going to find these people? Private investigation teams that work on in the back channels. Well, when you have pictures of kids with masks on, how can you tell if it's the kid? You can't. You got to really do some digging to make sure of anything with these masks on. Guys, please, 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 please do everything you can legally and what's the words I'm want to use, with integrity, not getting violent, to say, no, we will not comply with this. We're not going to do this because this puts humanity at risk. Go ahead and start showing up at your city council meetings and talking about this. Ask what's going to happen. Bring attention to it. Make there be a presence in your local community, but you have to speak up so you can find them if you haven't already. Make a local presence in your community. Find your people that are standing up for humanity, and most of us are called patriots who do that, and get together and start showing up and voicing your opinion before it happens. Because if you try to go after the fact, you're already behind that. You're already behind it. Like, you're not going to get ahead of it if you don't start now. Thank you, Marlon.
Thank you, Brandy. Lisa.
Okay, one more fun thing, not fun thing. So I ran across an article about this DNA storage technology that Harvard University is involved in. And I'm kind of concerned about it due to the fact that I know that these prestigious elite schools and psych asylums and prison systems and military personnel were all experimented on by the American government. So if we could have someone, I will put, it's on my timeline, dissect that article, because I'm kind of concerned about that and children as well, because of MK Monarch. The kids of MK Monarch, they started like at 1.5. I was one of them. So I'm just asking if anyone is scientific, or someone that is a scientist that would know anything about data storage and DNA, to check that out, please.
I have to look into that. So I look forward to looking at your post. I do not have the answer though. Go ahead, Marlon.
I just want to say, we're talking about all these different communities. In New Jersey and Fort Dix, they brought in Afghans, Serbians, Iraqians, and they have changed the culture in this community. They've unleashed this, and it's even to the point where the police are facilitating this behavior. Right? They're letting it go is the problem. I forget. There's some staggering statistics out there.
Hey, Marlon, this goes a lot along with when the king got crowned, and all the people who he had at the service. He broke all traditions, and he had sheiks there, he had Muslims there, he had rabbis there, people that were not Christians, Orthodox Christians, whatever, Catholics. He broke complete tradition. And if you take that into account, and then the pulling out of Afghanistan, what happened after that with the meeting of the Taliban with the UN, and I do believe the Vatican, this is all part of the plan. We can take that back to the shooting over here. We can take that back to Obama and his brotherhoods. So we've been staged for this hostile takeover internally.
Well, I mean, look at the evidence all around the country. These communities are flooded with the immigrants now. And again, remember, it's not just Spanish. It's not just Chinese. It's Eastern European. It's Yugoslavia, Kazakhstan. There's a bunch of different immigrants in this country. So we just need to make sure that just like what we're talking about in Minnesota, where they're changing the signs, and they're putting their belief first before Americans. We need to get back to this. So let's go to Brandy, and then we'll go to Carmen.
So one thing I thought of as we were going through, and I never saw any, which makes sense. I never saw any foot spas. I saw a nail salon, right? So makes me wonder if their nail salon may be like the illicit massage spas I talk about, or what I also thought about as we're driving is how many women may be taken from that area and taken to these massage businesses to work off their debt. Those types of things, as we drove, coming into my head because of what I know to be true, was horrific thoughts, because there's, again, no police presence and no one watching what they're doing and where people are going. And with all of the traffic and all of the homes that have so many areas, because it isn't, remember, backwoods area as I described it. So much could be going on and no one knows, and it is quite concerning.
Well, I mean, Brandy, to your point, before we go to Carm, you know, they took these people from the border and they put them on buses and they delivered them throughout the country, right? How could we possibly know how many kids that are actually missing out of those buses? And to have to pay back a sex trade for your entrance into this country is, my God, that's not at all our Christian beliefs.
No, and depending on where they came from, Marlon, I can state from Texas border anyway. Depending on where they come from, they have a price tag from $4,000 to $30,000. And then keeping in mind that the person that's already smuggled them illegally is the one telling them they've still got to pay them. So eventually, a lot of these people, they're paying debt the rest of their lives because they're paying the debt off, but they can't get out of what I'm going to call that agenda, that system of the industry they run, right? Once you get stuck in that trafficking issue situation and the smuggling part of it, you never really get out because forever they're around you, controlling your colony.
Again, go back. You know, I know that the cartel is alive and well in New Jersey, guys. Right? So this is not far fetched. This is not conspiracy. This is physically happening, and I know this because I'm entrenched in the Spanish community, in my own community. So I know these guys. They've been here for 25 years. A lot of them are my friends. And so let's turn to Carm. Okay, Carm.
Yeah, Marlon, I just wanted to come up. Sorry, I was working and bouncing around. I was like, it sounded like I was out of breath and stuff. I didn't know what y'all thought. But really quick, I wanted to say, my mom's from Spain, and she came here legally. She's been here over 50 years. She has 3 children, one whom's passed. My father served in the military. Her husband's passed. She has grandchildren. She has great-grandchildren. So I think, and I think it's like, which no one's done it here, but our verbiage, our wording, and when we're sharing something needs to be very particular and on point because some may get affected by a message that isn't meant for them. And so, my mom pays taxes, she does things, and I do take this very to heart because I have seen my mother be treated differently when I was younger, and she hasn't in years, but this is going on, and do I sit back and wonder? Of course I do. That's my mother. But she's been here. She is an American citizen and a Spanish citizen. We have dual citizenship. So, there's proper ways and proper channels of going about this. But when a president opens the border and says, go, 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 then people are going to run and they get free phones and etc. My mom came here and worked and raised a family and still does that today. So I think we just, we got to get the message out, get it clear, and make sure we're doing a clear message on that. And also, it is moving. It's not just hitting border states. North Carolina has been swamped. The schools have been, we're seeing it in the schools. You're seeing it in your local communities. If you're out in your local communities and you're involved, then you're seeing it. So, yes, we need to get ahead. We need to get in touch and in contact with our local legislator, our state legislator. Keep going, guys. Keep sending those emails. Keep making those phone calls. Keep showing up. Keep going to those city council meetings. Keep having your voice heard because it's going to get heard every single time and we're going to make a difference. God bless you.
Carm, before we go to Jacqueline and Bumble, I want to tell you that the immigrants that were granted visas in 1997 from Central America, they have been raped over the coals. They have charged these people an enormous amount of money, and realistically, it feels like it's a trap because it's so expensive to do it legally. They can't afford to do it legally, right? So, and they know for a fact that these people that are coming across the border, they could never have made this immigrant push. They would have never legally been able to come here because of merit or their record. But I have to tell you, we're talking about immigration. If we cut funding off to Central America, Mexico, all these countries that we're facilitating, do you know our immigration and our drug problem would be over? As soon as they cut the funding, because I'm going to tell you right now that in El Salvador, the gangs run that country. Okay, that's what these people are afraid of, not the military. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's totally corrupt. So America gives the money and it gets dispersed to the cartels, whether you want to believe it or not. That's what's happening. So, this is something that we need to change in this country, right? We've been living with this way too long, and we've had our head buried in the sand for the last 30 years. And I'm just as much to blame. So is the older crowd in this space. Let's go to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, how you doing?
Hi, and good morning, everybody. Well, the thing about it is that there's nothing wrong with a healthy immigration, but I could not stress enough on slow immigration, because you have to have assimilation. Because if you have mass immigration of any culture, and for a long time, if you said that, everybody just equates that to Hispanic or Mexican or whatever. But it's not. It's any culture. And when you do that, because of the way we vote, when you have, let's say you have 50,000, and I'm going to use Muslim because their way of life is completely different than ours. So let's say 50,000 Muslims, and they're all in one area. They're not going to assimilate to American values because they don't even know what American is. They don't have to. They can live their way, the way they do. Or, you can use Irish, you could use whatever nationality. I was just trying to make my point as, if you have a group of people, it's like taking a country within a country and just setting it there. So, and then when the way that we vote, if they want to vote, they're going to vote their culture, their belief system. And that is where we're getting this, excuse my verbiage here, but a clusterfuck of laws. Because people are going to go for their values. But when you have it's like being bipolar in America now, because you have so many different groups because of the mass migration. It's not that any one nationality is bad. I love culture. I love it. I mean, I wish I could travel the world. I love culture. I love knowing about everyone. And I don't mind. I live in a Hispanic culture. In fact, of where I live, it's mostly farm laborers, and that sort of thing. So I'm very, I don't have and my family is very diverse, as everyone knows. But the thing is when you have mass migration, you have that problem. Then you have the financials, okay? When you have mass migration, you have to have the teachers that can speak the language. You have to have the bankers that can speak the language. You have to have employers with the literature to help them out. It gets real complicated. And that's something that nobody wants to talk about, because the left always wants, and I say the left, but there is even some Republicans, but people in general want to think that, oh, well, no, you're just wrong. We can make it work. Yeah, if we had one person with those issues, we can make it work all day long. They can end up being, in a mansion somewhere. We could take care of that person, every need, but we don't. You're giving me 50,000 people with a completely different way of thinking. Okay, so then you have a situation now in some communities where they have their own police. That is not okay. And that's not just the Muslim. From what I understand, and this I don't know, but I've heard that even there's Chinese police officers in certain communities. So, the thing about it is those laws do not belong here. And that's where our officials have failed us. But I have my own theories on that. But it's mass migration, and that is the problem. And it isn't about any one culture. And yeah, we need to shut that border, because I'm telling you, the danger is real. I mean, on the floor here, I could tell you any Hispanic person here where I live, which are mostly, I would say probably 30% first generation, they'll tell you they want that border shut. They want it shut. They don't want it semi shut. They don't want it a little shut. They want it shut. So, and that's the Hispanic population. But everybody knows the dangers of the countries that they're leaving. And when they also understand that with an open border, those same dangers are coming here. So what's the point? So I'll land my plane. Thank you. The quote of the day is assimilation and slow migration. Have a good day.
Well, again, Jacqueline, I have nothing against people coming here from tyrannical governments and finding a better life. I have zero problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is the way that they manipulated the immigration, right? Marrying people just to be immigrated, or this what did Trump call it? Chain migration, right? Just because one of your family members are here doesn't give you the merit to be able to become an American citizen. Now, again, remember, these guys are the dreamers, right? These guys are the ones that are itching and waiting to become U.S. citizens. They're paying taxes. They have New Jersey driver's license. They have families. They have children that are American citizens now, right? These people should be Americans.
And I agree with you, Marlon, 110%. There is a lot of the regular laws that we should have fixed, for a healthy migration. There's nothing wrong with, I can't stress that enough either. I mean, I have no problem with immigration. I have a problem with mass migration. And even from tyrannical governments, because all you're getting in a mass migration is you're picking up all of it and it's coming here. So you're going to get the whatever dangers are there. All they're running from is coming with it. When you don't have anyone processing the people, making sure they're not the same people that they're running from. The way that we spend money on immigration, if you want to go there with even the Middle East, we could spend that money in rebuilding what we destroyed, because it's going to cost us it's going to cost us the same. And, if that's what it is that they're running from, not having housing or whatever, because the cost is the same. I don't have and again, I've known Indian people that have waited, almost, I think, 8 years, a guy that I knew that I worked with, for his wife to come here. I don't agree with that either, Marlon. That should be totally different. I do have a problem with someone coming here and having a baby, and that baby is American, but the mom isn't. And then now suddenly you have this complication the last 15 years. And then the little girl is 15 and they say, oh, well, you got to go home now. Well, she doesn't know Spanish. She doesn't know her own culture. No, that's not okay either. So I agree with you on lots of those things. But mass migration is only bringing a country with problems into your country. And we see it already. And it will bring their laws. In England, they even have, people talking about, because there is radicals in every religion. Let me just make that very clear. And right now, they're having some problems with that transition, because people don't like to admit that most of the world is religious. Okay, not American, but most of the world is. And when you understand the basics of that, it really does help you to understand why assimilation is really important for them and for you. They wouldn't want you to go there and Americanize everything that they do. In fact, that would be a slap in the face. It'd be offensive. And I agree with that. If they have laws, we should not push them on there. And, and that's a whole nother conversation, because our government's been doing that for a while too. But
a long time.
Yeah, and it's wrong, Marlon. I mean, it's wrong to go in there and tell, a place like Afghanistan, well, you have to do gender studies. Shut up,
Well,
Who
and
can ever?
look at what we're talking about, right? Pelosi passed a woman. Wait, in Pakistan, she spent 355 million on it to make
Mhm.
this transition for women to understand Western culture. Like 355
Right.
million. Wait, and now our people in Hawaii, now that it's coming out, right? They offered them $700, but they had to sign here, and that's it. That's the end of their responsibility.
Oh yeah, no, it's disgusting what they did to Hawaii or what they're doing to. I hope grassroots is better. Usually, I try to get involved, but those GoFundmes have turned around, and you never know which are good or not, and so it's hard to share it. But I really hate what they've done with our own people. You cannot help the world when you are hurting, and you should always help your own first. Of course, my heart wishes that, just like my own private life, I wish I had all the money in the world to save every animal, every human, every person, but I can't. So it has to be a collective effort, but
Jacqueline, bringing up Hawaii. We brought up a subject yesterday about what we're talking about capturing our local governments, right? And we're installing these people that have no idea what they're doing, and it's very apparent, and you can see it in their interviews of these people these public servants in Hawaii, right? They have
oh
no
yeah.
idea what they're doing.
Oh, they are. I mean, and it gets really dark because oftentimes when you get into a situation with cultural and non-cultural, people assume that cultural will be just as good, the better, because they're just, everybody wants to believe your leader is going to lead you in the right direction. And sometimes they're not as stupid as they sound, Marlon. Sometimes they have agendas. And sometimes that stupidity gets them past lawsuits and prison. And that's
Well,
my take on it. I
we're
think that
we're
some of
gonna
them are stupid.
we're going to start changing that. We're going to start calling their bonds out and their insurance policies. And as soon as you start to do that, that's the nuclear bomb, right? So, hey,
Yeah.
Jacqueline, I don't want to cut you off, but hey, we do have the trucker space coming up here. I do want to recognize the truckers here at some point. I know we're going along with this conversation. I want to run through the hands, and we'll go to Bumble, Kiwi, and then Al. And then, maybe we'll make the transition and see how the truckers are going to help our own communities. So Jacqueline, thank you.
Thanks, Marlon. So I put my tweet to Speaker McCarthy down in the bubble, and if you look at it, you notice that it says like when you type in at POTUS, POTUS or whatever, usually Biden's picture would come up, and then you just click on that as part of the, sending that to the White House or whatever. But in the last 4 or 5 or 6 days, I'm not sure what, but instead of Biden coming up, he's one place displaced down, and now Barack Obama's picture come up. So I included that because we all know that he's pretty much, this is his third term running the government. So I have no illusions about that. So I also saw something about the border this morning where somebody was taking like not a screenshot, but just a looking at all the people that are coming across. It was like 80% Chinese, and they all they all just said, I'm from China, 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 China. So this is an invasion, along with the sex trafficking and the drugs and everything. And Biden's complicit in it, and there's just no way around this. It's just all completely out of it's all out of hand, and it needs to be stopped. So one further thing is people are switching, divesting and switching to gold and silver. And there was a story came out about Astro Forge, a company out of California that's supposedly going to like mine asteroids and stuff. And this was released just, I believe, just to put a damper on people trying to move the stuff to precious metals or gold and silver, and keep their investments safe that way. So we are so far removed from mining asteroids and then being able to bring the stuff back to the Earth in any kind of bulk. But they're purporting that if this happens, the price of gold would like go through the floor. So don't listen to that. It's all a distraction. Keep doing what you're doing. And if you want to move your investments to gold and silver, go right ahead. Don't be afraid. Thank you.
Thank you, Bumble. I do believe that some precious metals, I don't know that it would help us in the short term, especially if any kind of situation arised. I just, unless they're broke up in indicates or certain weights, I mean, I still have a problem with trading with metals. I think, alcohol rounds and food are going to be much more valuable, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to see. And I don't believe it'll ever get to that. And that's why we're having these spaces. That's why we developed MAGAMISSION, so that, hey, we can avoid some of this, right? We can avoid this with some, recrafting legislation and getting it in front of Congress. And, they feel the burn coming. They know it's coming. So let's go to Kiwi.
Well, I'm going to get ready to bail out because I've got to get up early in the morning, so I'm prepared for the following morning because I'm at hospital. But I want to go back to Jacqueline for a minute. Everyone that is non-American should be living by the first prayer of Continental Congress. And it does talk about all dwellers on earth, but it also entails us we've got to come over the right way. And if we're seeking sanctuary from being oppressed, we have to also throw ourselves on the gracious of America, thy mercy. And that's absolutely important. And now your government and your both federal and local should be held accountable for violating what America is meant to be about. This is just pure and utter treason that they're committing. But they're doing this on all our nations. America isn't the only nation this is happening to. Look what they're doing right across Europe. New Zealand. Yes, we might be an island nation, but they are trafficking people into this country through the guise of immigration from Middle Eastern nations, through work visas, green cards, things like that. If our frontline people didn't want to get the jab, they're giving it to immigrants. And this is the whole thing, that they're filling our nations up with this. It's all part of that plan, sad to say. And our children are going to be the ones that suffer the reparations for this. So we do have to come together. We do have to stand. So please, somebody adopt me and I'll come over and kick some ass for you. Just saying. But I'll tell you one thing that's valuable, Marlon, that no one really talks about, and I've tried to say this for a long time: tools, hammers, nails, screws. All of this is tradable. The use of a tool to loan a hammer so somebody can build a shelter is worth a lot in trade. Your time on the end of a hammer is worth a lot in trade. Not everyone can weld a hammer and put up a structure that will suffice. This here is whatever groundwork you can do, it's worth its weight and then some in trade. Gold cannot be eaten. Gold cannot be spent. It's restricted, and not everyone can afford it. But I'll bet you at least one day a month you'll have enough coin out of loose change that you can go in and buy a bag of nails or a bag of screws, or wait for a couple of months and buy a hammer, buy a screwdriver. These things will matter. So when you don't hear people saying that sort of stuff to you, then you need to be bringing that up and putting that on the table. Because I'll tell you what, I can do just as good a work as any other person out there. And what I don't have to trade, I can do a third way party trade, you know? So there's more than one way to trade here. Sometimes third party trade is the way it will go. But I just wanted to leave that on the table for you guys. Marlon, love you guys, everyone. Maga, Jamie, you're adorable girl. Brandy, love you. Carmen, good morning. But I'm definitely going to split. You're all amazing. You're all rock. And God bless you all. And God bless America. And Maga, make a godly alliance, people. We've got to make a godly allegiance. You're
Thank
God's
you.
army. Good night, darlings.
So, to Kiwi's point, I want you to try and go buy an American-made hammer. I want you to go buy an American-made shovel. How about anything metal? Go try and buy it. One of those stores. You can't. Let's go to Al.
Yeah,
Good
well,
morning.
whilst we are on the subject of metal and what's American, not American,
He meant Al, not
hold on,
Albert.
Albert. Hold on, Albert. Hold on.
oh bloody hell!
Can you
Sorry,
hear Al?
Albert.
Get Al.
So, good morning, Americans. Today is Taco Tuesday. Make sure you go out, have a taco, enjoy an adult beverage. To Kiwi's point about tools and things like that, my wife's father was a mechanic and a welder and everything. So we are very blessed. When he passed, we have all of his snap-on tools. Go out and try to buy those now. And I'm talking about the old-fashioned ones. Go look on eBay on how much those tools are going for. We will never sell them because they're worth more in sentimental value. But some of these tools were never used and they're collector's items. So, yes, tools do hold value. That is for sure. And those are American tools. So, like Marlon was saying, go to the store and try to find American tools. You can't do it. They're all being made overseas in China. And when you go to try to use them, they're not worth the shit. I'm telling you that because I've used them and I broke them trying to use them for what I needed them for. So yeah, we are going to get this country back. We're headed in the right direction. Everybody keep doing what you're doing. Your voice is being heard. And we have to hold the line. We need to fight for our children. We need to fight for our grandkids. Now, I'm older, so it's not really about my kids anymore. It's more about my grandkids. So, but I want them to grow up in the America that I grew up in, that I defended my nation for. And, it's a travesty what is going on. And if we let the Democrats, continue to do the things that they're doing, we're going to go to hell in a handbasket really fast. It's already happening. So, Mr. Potato Head got on TV yesterday and was talking about the new vaccines and mandating that everybody get them. And then he says, well, we don't know what the effects are, but I recommend that everybody get them. Well, guess what? I'm not vaccinated. I will never be vaccinated, and I'm not going to wear a damn mask again. I will not do it. I refuse. And I hope that all of you stand with me because they're absolutely useless, and the vaccines are killing people every single day. I mean, you can go on these spaces of people that have been injured by the vaccines, and it's heart-wrenching. It really is. They're losing loved ones every single day, and nobody can answer the questions why. All they can say is, well, I got the vaccination, or I got the booster shot. And then all of a sudden, all these things started happening to me. So, make sure you do your research, go out there, don't get any type of vaccination that somebody tells you that you have to get without knowing that it's FDA approved. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, don't be part of the sheep. Be part of the leader of the pack. And on that, I will jump out of my plane. You all have a great day. God bless America. God bless everybody in here. And definitely, God bless our troops.
Amen, Al. Make sure you wear red on Friday, Red Fridays. And hey, real quick to your point, Al, a lot of these vaccine injuries isn't just from the COVID, right? These were military injuries that the people were discounted. Their health insurance told them they were crazy. It was in their head, and this has been going on for a long, long time. This isn't just about COVID. So, I think we do have to be tender when we do talk about it, because there are a lot of people that are vax injured. So, let's thanks for coming up, Al. Let's turn Albert, you want to go, and then we'll go to Brandy.
Yeah. Where to begin? So, yeah, we have to. Yeah, there are vax injured, and there's no way what he's saying about the vaccinations. There's not a chance in hell. Okay, he's better off eating dirt and see God. I'm listening to folks here, and I'm thinking I'd like to do some kind of rally in Washington. Like on the 28th, maybe. 27th of September, Veterans for America, Vaccine Injured for America, something like that, and get there. And that'd be a good place also to make voices heard. So, I love, I don't know if there's an appetite for people to go to Washington in large numbers, but I'd sure like to try and make that happen.
Well, again, to go back, Albert, with the J6, didn't they scare everybody in trying to protest here and doing it inside of Washington? I don't know that that's going to be the most effective, right?
Well,
or it may be. I think they were infringing on our rights not to be able to protest, and they made an example out of J6, forcing them in.
It's only an example if we allow it to be, and if we allow fear to be fear itself. We have to overcome that, and we have to show them we're not unafraid. If we do that, they lose. If we don't, they win.
But again, can't they, wrap it up in a big bubble and call us a terrorist at that point and paint us as anarchists and
you can get hit, and you can cross the street and get hit by a bus at the same time. You live once.
I'm with you. I just, I'm playing devil's advocate here because, our government has instilled that in us as a fear, right? These people are prosecuted without the right discovery packets. They're not even presenting evidence against them. They're just peer pressuring them into taking plea deals, and that's what they want. That's what they want.
And they only arrested a couple hundred out of the millions that were there.
So let's turn it over to Brandy, and then we're going to turn over to Darker talking.
Did you hear me when I said they only arrested hundreds out of the millions that actually showed up?
Yeah, but I know, but still, isn't it the hundreds? Felt like thousands or millions because we heard the stories and we heard the pressure and we heard this. Inside of Washington, it's different rules, and like this is absurd.
Right. And I'm saying be peaceful. Let's not be idiots, but we can show up in numbers and be peaceful and still get the message out. Right. I'm not saying raid a building, look, because no matter what you think, I'm sorry, from the military point of view, you have no business taking a building you cannot hold militarily. That's just stupid, piss poor planning. Right. So I'm not saying take a building. I'm saying stand on the street and have a podium and say the words.
I understand, and I'm not downgrading it at all, Albert. I'm just, again, picking out the hesitations that they put into the Americans. That's what they did. Go ahead, Brandy.
All right, guys. So I wanted to share one more thing, and I'm out of the space. Got lots of organization work to do. So, and one of our awesome people in here has already contacted the school board. I think is who he said he contacted. I'll look in a minute. But I shared something up top and in the bottom that I do want to call to action to with us amazing patriots in this space. A 12-year-old boy was thrown out of class in Colorado Springs for having a Don't Tread on Me flag patch on his backpack, which the school claims has origins with slavery. Meanwhile, schools are rewarding kids for wearing their trans flags. Please repost this. Please, if you will, go call the Colorado Springs Board of Education and ask them what's going on there and why that child is being kept out of class because of a patch. This is not okay. This is just another one of those things, just like we're talking about right now with the colony that they're allowing. This is the type of standing up we have to do, speaking it with our voice. Make yourself be heard now. Find out who the board is that you can contact. Contact them by calling, contact them by emailing. This is what we must do. When we flood people's phones and emails and they can't turn it off because they're an official, well, sometimes they do and they're not supposed to, but they've been elected by you to run in that title position. School boards are elected. They should be hearing from everyone that this is not right. The Constitution says we have a freedom of speech. And when they are allowed and they are putting the trans flag, because they're not putting, pride flag shouldn't even be put there. But they're not even putting just what they call the pride flag now. They're putting the trans flag, which has the pink and the blue pastel, which is the grooming colors. Please make sure you're using your voice, call, and email and tell them to let this child back in. Steeler already did it. And let me tell you the response he got, and I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to go down. Steeler's message says that he called and he called and the lady referred him over to the email address on the website. Of course she did, because they don't want to hear it. They want to suppress our voices through our children and through us, and they want to not allow us to have freedom of speech and allow everyone else. Make sure you're calling, guys. Thank y'all so much. Love your space, Marlon, Jamie, MAGA, and I am going to go work for the children now.
Amen, sister. Thanks for coming up. I did repost that. Let's go to Santo real quick,
Brandy,
and then
stay there.
maybe we'll go.
Do you have that phone number?
I do not, but
Wait, Marlon.
Steeler's here, and he should be able to send it to you.
Marlon, wait, everyone. Brandy, do you have that phone number?
I got the phone number pulled up. Albert.
Get Steeler.
We can't hear you, Albert. You're rubber banding really bad.
Real bad. We'll go back to Albert real quick.
I put the number in the Prilosec pill with the post, and when you call them and you say you ask that lady, because they're gonna put you in a switchboard type thing, and she's gonna, because that's the public city commerce building, and it goes to their switchboard. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna jam up their whole citywide clerk board service, right? We're gonna jam them up for this kid. He's wearing a "Don't Tread on Me" patch on his backpack, and that's a Revolutionary War flag. That's a tyranny flag. That's a "Don't stand on me. We ain't gonna take this shit no more" flag. He's 12 years old. I called them right away. When I got through to the Board of Education secretary, I started asking her questions like I was a reporter. I said, how y'all gonna suppress a 12-year-old kid with a "Don't Tread on Me" flag on his backpack, a little 3x5-inch patch on his backpack, and you're publicly funded? Hold on, I am so sorry. I forgot all about this in the background. I am so sorry. I said, how are you gonna be a publicly funded entity with public funded tax money, and then try to tell the 12-year-old boy? And I looked up their dress code. And so I looked up their dress code, and I said, there ain't nothing in that patch, on that flag, that has anything to do with your dress code. All you're doing is you're stepping on his First Amendment right. It's not a right that is given to him. It is a right that he was born with, and you have to honor that because you are paid by public tax money. And she said, well, sir, I can refer you to our email address on the website, and then you can come to our next public meeting, which is September 13th. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to Colorado for all that, but I will put it out on Twitter, and I will, and it's all over Libs of TikTok, all the whatever, they're all retweeting it, and I put mine in the purple pill, the number. If you stand up for your Bill of Rights or have anything about protecting the starting at the bottom and working your way and rooting it out, this is where you begin. This is where you start. This is where you stop them and you say, no, we're not going to put up with this shit no more. You're not going to sit there and allow one you're not going to allow one particular 1% group rule over us. And I'm talking about the trans people, because they're allowed to do all their pride crap all the time. They're allowed to do it, and we don't. And when we do one little thing, they call it racist, or they call it terrorist, or they and yeah. So just call the number and if anything, lock up their system. The more people that call, the more you're gonna get a busy signal, and that means we've done our job. We've locked it up. That means nobody can get through. So thank you, and I'll crash land and hopefully on a beach somewhere with some. Well, yeah. Bye.
Yeah. Hey, you know what, Steeler? Hey, just showing up and doing that, and giving the example is half the battle. So thanks for doing that, Steeler. That's awesome. Let's go to Santo, and then we'll go to Texas, see where we're at.
Thank you, Marlon. I won't be long. I just a couple things to what the speaker just said. I read, it's been a month or two, and I think it was a district in Utah, in the state of Utah, that they have removed Bibles from their public libraries because that's hate speech. And so they let these people come into the schools with, rainbow flags and all that stuff. But anything about the Bible or about our constitutional republic, they don't like that. And I want to say this. We are a republic, or was a republic. There's some remnants of it left. But what is a republic? Is a rule of law. And so we had immigration laws. Well, you just can't shit can laws, pardon my French, but that's basically what they've done. And so these are principles that we break them at our own demise. And so, yes, we have an invasion of our country. They have shit canned our immigration laws. And I'm not anti-immigration. I'm German, Dutch, and Welsh. But the thing is, the reason we had immigration laws is we want to control the amount, and we wanted to know who was coming in, and now we haven't got a clue who are coming into our country. And then one last thing, when it comes to charity, because I've heard people say, well, these people are poor, they're coming into our country and they need help. Well, charity, the principle of charity is in the Bible, okay? The Bible says we give, and when you talk about the tithe, it's of our increase. If I make $1,000 and I want to tithe, I take the first fruits, I take $100 off the top. But that was my increase. We have a country today that is over $100 trillion in debt. And so God doesn't tell me to go borrow money to give to charity. God tells me to give it from my increase, and our country should do the same. Thank you.
Amen, Santo. Thanks for coming up. And it is an invasion. But again, we need to go back and look at the community that's here. You know whose voice I hear the most? And it was so cool to hear Hippie come up and talk about the Cuban community they had an Independence Day parade in New York. This is probably the most outspoken immigrant community. And when I hear these people talk, I feel like they're more Americans than we are. They have been through tyranny. They have been through communism, right? They know. Look, everybody wouldn't be coming here if they didn't know this was this place to live and to prosper. So, we talk about immigration. I just think we need to get a handle on it. It should be on merit and not family chain. Let's go back to Albert, and then we'll go to Al. Here, Albert. Go ahead, Al.
Okay, so just to give you guys an update, I called the 719 number in Colorado Springs. They transferred me to the superintendent's office, but I didn't have a critical piece of information. They want to know who the principal and what school it is so that they can direct the communication towards that school. So if anybody has that information, please post it in the purple pill, because not only will I call them back, but I will make sure this information gets to Chad Caton, who hosts Red Voice Media, and I will have him go after them as well, because they can do it through their news broadcast, and he will more than happily take this on, I guarantee you. So it's not, and I already told them, I said, you guys better be prepared because you're about to get flooded by calls. I said, this has gone viral on X and people are not happy. I said, as a veteran, this is a disgrace to me and many others, and we're not going to take it. I said, you support LGBTQ and the trans community, and you won't let this kid in school because he has a patch on his backpack that says, don't tread on me. I said, there's people that fly flags outside of their house under the American flag that say, don't tread on me. It's part of the republic. How can you not let this kid in school to get an education? And she said, well, we appreciate the information, sir. Thanks for letting us know. And that's how it ended. But it's not done. Trust me, it is not done.
So, was that the secretary or an official?
That was the secretary, because that's
Okay,
who's
I'm
answering
dialing.
the phones.
All right, I'm dialing right now, so hold on.
New York. To log into your voicemail account, press the star key. If you'd like to leave a message for a user, please enter the telephone number starting with the area code followed by the pound key.
So that number does not work. What's the correct number?
I called 719, the one that was posted in the pill.
Tell me the number.
I'm looking it up right now. It's 719. Oh, Jesus. 520-2000. I spoke to a lady first, and then she transferred me to the superintendent's office.
Thank you for calling Colorado Springs School District 11. Your call is very important to us. Please hold on the line, and your call will be answered.
I got him on the line too. What school was that, and what was the kid's name?
We don't know.
Hold on,
the school.
I got you guys live.
That's the problem. We don't have that information.
Wait, I got them on the phone. You guys gotta be quiet while we do this, otherwise they'll hang up. Or not. Never mind. It's a long hold. Well, I'm on hold.
Yeah, I was on hold too,
Cool.
Albert. It wasn't that long. They answered within like 30 seconds to a minute.
Well, make sure you get it on speaker, Albert.
I will. I am. I'm here.
Hey, let's turn to Texas. Texas, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
I'm doing all right, brother. I'm on hold with them too. Give me a second, man. I'm trying to get a hold of these people.
Cool. Let's go to we'll go to Chris, and then maybe Villagen can step up and see how he's doing in the trucking world. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, how's it going? So I just wanted to bring something up because I don't know if Jamie's seen it, but since he got blocked by FreightWaves, but FreightWaves actually changed their data just here recently, trying to with the whole rate configuration and everything. It's pretty funny. I find it funny since Jamie called them out on it, saying that their data wasn't accurate, and then they go and change it the very next week.
I have the student information, guys. I just found it.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandy. Thanks, Chris. Let's go to Villigin. Villigin, how you doing? Good to see you, man.
Happy Tuesday to everybody. It's Trucker Tuesday, and we are doing our damnedest to try to bring justice to the trucking community in the face of the megas who are always out to get us and squeeze us out. Working on the fraud prevention front, happy to report that we got 3 freight guards removed last week out of my own department. I know Jenny in a bottle managed to knock out 2 in her department. So we are doing everything we can to help rescue carriers who have gotten unwarranted freight guards placed against their companies, and we're
Yeah, hold on, guys.
restoring them back to
Pat,
service.
can you hear me? So I got, yeah, my name's Albert Harshaw. I'm presidential candidate. I'm calling and inquiring about the child that you suspended from school for having a "Don't Tread on Me" patch on his backpack. And I'd like to get some answers for that.
Okay, let me connect you over to the area superintendent. 1 moment.
Thank you.
His name in school is up above in the pill, Albert.
Thanks for that, Villigin. Just hang in there a minute.
Hey, good morning, Deanne. My name's Albert Harshaw. I'm a presidential candidate. And I got word that you suspended a child for having a "Do Not Tread on Me" patch on his backpack. And now he's not able to attend school. So I'm inquiring as to the function.
Can you give me the school name?
Yes, the school name is, hold on,
The Vanguard School in Colorado Springs.
Vanguard School in Colorado Springs.
That is not part of District 11.
Which district is it in?
It is a charter school.
So why would you guys have purview over that?
We don't. Where did you get the information that we do?
Well, it's all over the news, and I was called, and apparently it has to do with your district school policy.
It's specifically District 11, School District 11.
So that charter school is inside your district, but because it's a charter school, you're claiming that you don't have purview?
We don't have purview over all in our district boundaries. Some of them are through the Colorado Department of Education.
So
Vanguard.
Vanguard? Really?
Yes.
So would you then have that phone number?
I do not, but it's on. You would be able to look that on the CDE website.
And what's that address, please?
If they're in Denver, you would just have to look it up the Colorado Department of Education.
So Department of Colorado Education?
Colorado Department of Education.
And that charter school will show up, and there'll be a contact phone number there.
You would have to search their website to find that information. Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's your District 11, and what's your position there?
Executive assistant.
And your name is?
I do not want to give you that. Thank you.
Well, didn't you just give me your first name to begin with before? And they hung up.
Click.
Sounded like she didn't want to answer any questions.
Welcome to America, folks.
So
absolutely ridiculous.
So wait, A, Vanguard, we got that. B, is anybody here checking that website?
Yes, and if for whatever reason the Vanguard School is not pulling up on that website.
I'd really love to get that school's phone number.
Well, let's go back to Villigin. Sorry, brother. We got a little something.
Did everybody catch that what we just learned? District 11 does not have purview over a charter school, even though it's in their district.
Sending the number to your DMs now, Albert.
All right, I'm going on. mute while I collect the phone number, and then if I can get that phone call, I'll
I have
break
the
back in
number
if
for
that's
you. I
okay.
just Googled it. I just type into Google Vanguard School in Colorado Springs, and it comes up the website, vanguardschool.com.
All right. So give me the phone number.
Yeah, 719
Yeah.
471
Yeah.
1999 1999.
Really? And what's this child's name, real quick?
Yep, that's it.
Jaden. It's up in the pill. Jaden. Jaiden.
Yeah, I'm looking at Hill. I got Carmen Love, Brandy, Stop the Tyranny. This is absolutely insane.
It's the one all the way to the left. First one in the pill to the left.
Physical left? Oh, okay. Hold on.
All right, let me go on here, Albert, for a minute. And Derek, thanks for coming up and throwing that in there, man. Appreciate it. Let's go back to Vigilant, and we'll go to Texas and then Steeler.
Okay. As we were talking about, we had hey Al, can you go ahead and mute your mic, please? Thanks, brother. All right, we've been busting a lot of freight guards, so very happy to report that. So every time we get one of these knocked out, that allows a carrier to actually start doing business again, almost unimpeded. We are also working very hard on trying to deal with a huge rash of double brokerings of Amazon trailer moves. Amazon, because it's so hard to get a hold of a living human being to talk about anything like this, these scammers are targeting Amazon moves for double brokering and cargo theft. I just spoke to a association member earlier this morning who found out that a load they were picking up was picking up at an Amazon yard, and they wanted it dropped at a truck stop. Now, if that sounds weird to you, that's because it is. That was an attempted cargo theft. This carrier got wise to it very quickly. They, of course, left the trailer behind and told the broker, the quote unquote broker, that they were refusing the load and moved on, which is the proper response. For the record, if any carrier out there does end up doing an Amazon trailer move and they got the move off of one of the load boards and not off of the Amazon app, Jenny in a Bottle is the best person to handle that. She has a direct contact with the legal team at Amazon, and I don't like to press her for her contacts. So whenever we have Amazon stuff come up, I always direct all that stuff to her directly because I don't want to mess with that relationship that she has. One of the other things we are looking at, we know for those who have been interested in our parts program that we have had a hiccup getting started for the parts. We are working on that now. Michael is working on finalizing a couple of vendors for the parts program. Myself and another person that I'm bringing into the association, we're going to be taking control of the parts program once that goes live, which should be very, very, very soon. And once this does go live, you're not going to believe the kinds of discounts we're looking at here. Just as an example, a battery for a Cascadia typically runs around $320 retail. We can get it for about $1.30 or $1.30, $130. So you're looking at almost a 60% savings in running through our parts program. And oh, by the way, that more than covers the cost of membership in the association. So anyone who thinks that joining the association is money just thrown away, it's because you're not taking advantage of the variety of discounts that the association offers between fuel, tires, parts, access to the fraud prevention group, access to the corporate collections group, access to our insurance group, our compliance group. You have no idea how much money you can save just by that initial investment of joining the association. Seriously, just take a look and explore the options, but you have to be a member to take advantage of it. That's all I've got for right now, but I'm happy to answer any questions anyone's got. Plus, also, we do our daily show in the evenings, NOAA Live on YouTube. There's also available on our Facebook webpage. There's a link to it, and you can actually ask questions during the live broadcast. Our department heads make cameos in there all the time. You can always jump in and ask questions of any of our department heads at any time, and we'll answer those as best we can, as quickly as we can. So I'll go ahead and break it off and let Texas and Chris do their thing. I'm sure they've got stuff they need to talk about too.
Thanks for coming up, Diligent. And yes, we need to look at the platform and what they're offering, right? Even as regular folk, we can actually sign up and take advantage. Fuel cards, parts, even us four-wheelers, as they like to call us. Let's go ahead, Texas.
Hey, y'all have to excuse me, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm busy as a one-legged man in the butt kicking contest right now, but I will be making a phone call to them people too. Right now, I got empty this morning. I'm loading a load. I just caught a load and I'm having to do all the paperwork on it, so y'all have to forgive me right now. But I will be with y'all in a bit. Thank you.
So, Marlon, what is that called that you can non-truckers can sign up as well?
That's the
Yes.
National Owner-Operator Association.
Oh, you guys are talking.
to
Okay. Sorry. Just wanted to make sure I knew who you were talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, TNOOA.com. That's Tango November Oscar Alpha.com.
And that's for non-truckers?
So yes, you can be an average guy to sign up and become a member, and you can take advantage of fuel cards, parts, insurance, the legal part, even business setup. Let's turn to MAGA real quick.
I need to follow up on as far as parts for standard four-wheelers. I'm not positive we have that set up, but if you do want to get into the trucking business or into the transportation industry where you're going to become a commercial carrier, then yes, we can certainly provide assistance. Now, we need help from anyone who cares about truckers to be able to join the association, because the dues that are paid to the association, they go to support our team in Washington who are working to get the laws changed so that everything is not so one-sided in the favor of the mega brokers and mega carriers. That's where the money goes. Anyone who thinks that the officers of the association, such as myself, are lining our pockets with the dues, you are absolutely 100% dead wrong. We do not receive a paycheck from NOAA. I'm just telling you that right now. We're probably the most underpaid activists in the country. We do not receive a paycheck from NOAA, period. All that money goes to supporting NOAA's cause in Washington.
Thanks, Diligent. Let's turn to MAGA real quick. MAGA, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to remind people that I believe part of those association fees or dues also go to Premier RX for the telehealth program. I believe they put that together into the monthly dues. And I don't know. I'll challenge you on the least paid organization on Twitter or anywhere.
Here we go.
Yeah, go. I got to do something, Marlon. I'll be back.
Well, then it's probably a tie.
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Steeler, and then we'll go to Chris.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for, I guess I got the school district. I was just going off what was on Twitter, guys. So I got the first number and called it and let loose. So, but anyways, we jammed up something. Well, hopefully we did. We tried anyways. But I'm definitely going to look into
You
that.
get an A for effort.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that non-truckers NOAA subscription here. So,
Okay, Chris. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Chris. Let's go to Jamie. Go ahead, Jamie, and then we'll go to Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jen. I just wanted to make sure it was that one, and because I'm thinking about doing the both with the RX as well. So that's great. And I know that NOAA also set up a special membership price to include the RX. So I think that's a great step for them, and I think we all appreciate that. So, Marlon, I'm going to take a call real quick. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
thank
good.
you.
No problem.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's go to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
So I just want to throw it in there. So what if you do sign up for the Premier RX when you join, you do get a discount on the membership. It comes out to like $85 a month. I think it's a little bit less. I think it's like $84.95 or something. Basically $85 a month. When you sign up for the Premier RX. And then with the parts, if you are running any kind of diesel, you would be able to get the parts discounts. I'm pretty sure, because a lot of the diesel pick four-wheelers, they're still using the same parts. They might be a little bit smaller, but most of the parts stores still have them. We should be able to still get them. And not only that, it's the hot shots actually use them. So and then with the fuel card, the regular gasoline fuel card hasn't came out yet, just so everybody knows. Even our NOAA brand fuel card hasn't came out yet. It's supposed to be coming out here soon. But yeah, anybody can use it. Anybody could sign up for the association. So I'll leave it there.
Well, the better part is, not only just the advantages that you talked about, Chris, but it's also that NOAA's lining up with these other organizations to help, like Shepherds. So, Brandy, you want to speak on that?
Actually, I forgot one thing. So even if you're in construction or any type of other industry, you can actually set up with those two as well. And I believe, don't quote me on this, but if you have need commercial insurance, you can go through our insurance and get our discounts as well. But don't quote me on that.
Well, just for the space, it's 27 different items that they're able to help you with, comparative to the other organizations that are out there. It's far way outweighs what the other organizations are doing, right? So let's go to Brandy. Get Brandy, and we'll go to Carmine.
Yeah, I just want to share one more thing, and then I'm gonna drop to listener. I got a lot to do, but I do want to hear this phone call if Albert's able to get through. Um, we're probably not going to fight a grade if you're looking for a grade. They've got to protect the child's identity, and I respect that totally. But there is a district I just want to bring attention to. I put in the pill at the bottom, the district that the school is in, and I have verified it. That's the Twitter profile for that district. So you can go from there where, to get your information as far as contacting them and reaching out. Thank you guys so much. And yes, Shepherd's Watch. I'm so excited. So we tried to schedule a training last week, with the truckers, but I know everybody was that wasn't working. They probably had things going on. If they did what Mike asked, they were not taking loads from brokers. And so we do definitely plan on doing more training. It's very important. It's extremely important for the people that see the road so much to know what to look for when it comes to trafficking. And I'm going to say something when it comes to trucking. I wonder, yes, Texas has a speaker. I don't want to get off onto anything other than what we're supposed to be talking about in the trucker space, but the truckers see so much. I thought I had never been able to speak to someone who who was a trucker, had been through actually some of those tunnels that we were discussing earlier. Now I can contact trucker and talk about it, Texas, and talk about it. I'm blown away at knowing this, and I feel it's extremely important to make the alignment. So when Mike was open to it and Shepherd's Watch founder was open to it, it was the perfect union, because we must educate everyone, no matter what industry they're in, to watch for what they need to stop all of this. So that's one of and now that I get into Noah Spaces with y'all, now I learn more about truckers independently so that I can support. So yeah, the connections that are being made, that honestly started with MAGAMISSION, as far as I'm concerned, for me anyway, they're tremendous. And so it's very important that y'all hold these spaces. And I always say it to every one of y'all, and I'm going to say it again like a repeating bird. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sound like a parrot. Because without y'all doing these spaces, we would not know each other.
Well, look at the connections that we've made in a short amount of time, right? You want to talk about becoming more powerful every day. So even having Premier RX, Carmen coming up and making this alignment, it's important for the industry. It's important for her stance. And, it's just another wave that Americans are fighting back. So let me introduce Carmine. Carmine, Premier RX. How you doing today?
Oh, shoot. Brandy left.
I'm doing well, Marlon. Chris, you want to say something first?
Well, I was going to ask Brandy when the training class was, because I never seen that posted. I seen the poll on when to do it, like asking when everybody was going to be available, but I never seen nothing after that.
Well, don't worry. We'll get you in to know.
Excellent. So
how you doing, man? Go ahead.
I'm doing all right, Marlon. How are you? Welcome. Appreciate the opportunity. Hello to everybody out there. So real quick, Chris had talked about the price. I just want to clarify that it's $74.95. So the membership is $59.95, and then $15. Mike from Noah was willing to bring his price down. So basically, for $15, you're getting all 27 of us or 26 other services that Noah is offering. So I just wanted to clarify that so everybody didn't have that confusion. And you could go simply to their website, and right on top it says 365 script. You could just click there. You get all the information. But what I wanted to share was a couple of things. We're starting to see a lot of independents. We're starting to see a lot of 1099s, just like the truckers, that if they have insurance, if you go to Health Marketplace, the deductibles are just crazy. I mean, I'm talking to people right now, the deductibles are $8, $10, $12, $14,000 for their family. And when you really think about it, you really don't have much when you got to lay out all kinds of money before you get any kind of coverage. So this program is starting to pick up a lot of steam because people are realizing for just as low as $67.95 for your family, you can cover everybody, whether you guys are on the road or you guys are home, you guys have access to a doctor on the road, you have the formulary of over 1,000 generics delivered to the door. You also have antibiotics, over 60 urgent care antibiotics that can be picked up at the pharmacy for free. So the program has been put together to give people coverage. And once again, it's not insurance, but to give people prescription benefit coverage with a teledoc thrown in for convenience and for immediate healthcare attention. That's why this program was really put together. There's a lot of things in the news right now, as everybody probably knows, but at this point, 2 weeks ago, Blue Shield of California is breaking away from CVS Caremark because they're just tired of basically getting ripped off by them. There's a lot of things going on right now with elections, with what's going on with not only, the debate the other day, but these smaller elections that are starting to take place. And a lot of people are starting to step out on this prescription cost that has become rampant in this country. So there's more and more awareness going out there by the day. There's 9 bills in Congress right now. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with them, but there's 9 bills in Congress. And the last thing I'd like to share is, they're starting to ramp up the mask, and they're starting to ramp up the shutdowns are starting already. And what that's going to do is it's going to make it harder to have accessibility to a doctor, harder to have accessibility to go to the emergency room because they're going to tell you that everybody's there with the virus and you can't come in. So this product is really going to have a lot of value, even more than it has right now, as we start to see the shutdown, especially in these certain states that, are color blue, if you know what I mean. But I appreciate the time.
Well, thanks for coming up and clarifying a couple things, Carmine. And we do, and the more and more we look at that platform, the more and more that I know that I don't want to go to the emergency ward. So I think there's going to be a big need for it in the future, and I think you're on the right track.
I appreciate that, Marlon. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Yeah, just hang out and talk to us, Carm. I'm sure some people are going to have some questions. Let's turn to Brandy, and then Mike did step in the room, so we'll see what he's got to say.
So I just stepped back up, Marlon, so that I could answer a question. I didn't see who that was, but so for the truckers, I'm going to put out, if you will please go ahead and still take the poll that's there. I would like to have the consensus of the truckers showing up so that I know how many people we're looking at and what the best time frame is for the training. That's how I was wanting to go about it. Because, if we don't have anyone show up, there's no reason to schedule it. So if you'll just go ahead and take the poll that's in the NOAA Facebook page, then I can go ahead and get it scheduled with the team, a time that's going to work for y'all best, because we want to bring it to you. So I want to make sure it's the best time for y'all.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I took the poll, but I didn't see nothing like for the schedule.
Yeah, so I didn't schedule it, Chris, only because there being so many people in there and only 3 people voted on the poll.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if y'all haven't done it, if you'll go do it, and then tag your trucker friends that you know that are in there that would want to be a part of it. Go ahead and tag them below it. And that way it'll get their attention, or call them and tell them, hey, go take this poll. We need to, I'm sure you're interested in this, and they need to know what time's best for you. And that way we can get a consensus of who will show up and what time is best, and then we'll get it scheduled.
Right. So you didn't even do a training then?
Correct. You missed nothing.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to make sure it's a service to y'all and not, I want it to be where everyone is going to be able to show up on their best time.
All right. Yeah, I'll start blowing that up next time.
Thank you. All righty, guys.
Hey, well, just looking back at the evidence that people were coming up with last week about the fishing expedition in the trucking world, they watched the rates change in front of their eyes, right? The first couple of days, it wasn't too much, but by the end of the week, those rates were way up and above, probably to where they should be, right? So hopefully these rates are going to stay up. And, I thought maybe the evidence during this week, now that the guys are back taking loads, are they up to the same old tricks? Are they still a bargain to the basement on every product that every American in this space uses? I'm talking about razors. I'm talking about toothpaste, deodorants, shampoos, food, right? So, these guys are the ones that are bringing it to us, right? So no matter what we're ingesting, no matter what we're doing into our bodies is coming through on a truck. So if we don't recognize this and make some differences and alert people to what's going on in the trucking community, like right now is a very, very valuable time. Some people have, waved the flag, have drawn some attention of Congress, right? This is the bigger part. So, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so since you were just talking about it, I'm looking at the load board right now out of Twin Falls, Idaho. And yeah, the rates are still up. They got, I think they're starting to get the point. They still need to be a little bit higher, actually quite a bit higher, but they have stayed up. So
Well,
we're
that's a
making
good sign,
progress.
Chris.
Yeah, we're making progress.
Yeah, it sounds like a combination of yellow going down, surge, you guys pulling back a hair. It's definitely making the difference, and you could see it in the rates. They're showing their hand, people. They're showing the cream that they've denied that they've had in these loads. Let's go back to Texas real quick, and then we'll go to Terry and then Mac.
Thank you, bro. I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I've been really busy this morning, but yeah, I concur with Chris, man. The rates are there. Actually, since Saturday, I've already run $6,300, and I've ran maybe 12 or 1,300 miles. I'm doing all right out here. Looks like it's going to be a really good week, and we got the hurricane coming in down in Florida. That's kind of also jacking up rates over here. I got offered 4,000 on a 1 and 3 to Florida this morning on 800 miles, and I could have got more out of it. But I told him, I said, look, man, if you're gonna send me down there, it's got to be hazard pay. So I get down there, and on Friday they lose power. They can't unload me. I'm liable to be there and not be able to get diesel for my reefer or anything else. I mean, it's just chancy going down there. But I would go down there if the price is right. I mean, that situation when you get in high wind, I know a hurricane's kind of circular, but I mean, you put your rig into the wind and you hunker down. I've rode several of them out. It is what it is. It's part of trucking. We deal with all the elements out here yearly. Once you're a seasoned driver and been through everything in the United States and every weather condition, you get used to it. It's just another day in the office. But when you get in that situation, you make them pay because it is a hazardous situation, and it's not somewhere you want to send an inexperienced driver. You want a driver with good experience that knows how to handle the elements. But yeah, the rates are good, man. Dude, I'm killing little short runs like 200, 250 miles right now for $1,100-$1,200 a pop on and off the truck, running back and forth in the area. So we are having an impact. The deal right now, everybody that hears this and everybody listening, all the truckers and owner ops and new carriers and new authorities, say no. Tell them no, I'm not doing it for that. I need to get the rate where it needs to be, and that's how we maintain the rates where they're at. We say no. We say we're not going to do it for that, and they're gonna pay to get these done. So we've made progress. I think we had an impact, and from here, we just got to get used to saying no and having a thick skin and accepting. Okay, well maybe I didn't get loaded today, but I can make twice the money tomorrow than I could have made today, and it adds an extra day. But I'm not burning the fuel. I'm not out here running myself ragged, running myself to death, trying to get 3,500 to 4,000 miles a week. It works. It works well. And when you're in business, like I said, you got to get out of the mentality of I got to turn 3,000, 3,500 miles a week and get into the mentality if I can make the same money on 1,500 to 1,800 miles a week that I do turn 35 or 4,000. It's a lot more profitable because you have a lot less wear and tear on your equipment, tires, service intervals, and things like that. So it's about working smarter, not working harder. And that's the mentality everybody's got to get in when you become an owner op in a small carrier. You can't get out here and try to run like the megas run and every truck running 4,000 miles a week. You can't do it. Like I said, I apologize this morning. I've been really distracted. I had some things going, but I appreciate you.
No worries, man. Hey, I want you to see the difference though. And I want people in the space to realize 6 months ago when we had 5 or 6 people in here talking about this, nobody cared, right? The tone on X was, the truckers are just dumb labor. I can tell you right now, they're not thinking like that right now. So I can tell you that it's making a difference. Let's go to Terry. Go ahead, Terry.
Hey, Marlon. Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for the space. It's Terry from Tennessee. And first, I want to thank you so much for bringing my awareness up about truckers. I'm just a person, didn't know anything about trucking. And in the old days, I'd go, oh, that truck's in the way, no respect. Now I have deep respect, and I appreciate so much that you're bringing this awareness. Without our truckers, we would have nothing. So I love you, truckers. Thank you so much. Now, number 2, I just want to know, is there any comments on the issue in Florida? I posted it in the pill, the diesel fuel getting mixed in with regular fuel, and there's like 17 gas stations affected, and they're trying to evacuate people for the hurricane, and there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going around. Wondered if you truckers could comment on this issue. Thanks, everybody.
Wow, Terry, great point. And maybe I see Albert's got his hand up. Let me go to Albert, but Terry, we're going to go right back to that point. And that doesn't sound right. 17 gas stations where the fuel is mixed. No. Let's go to Albert, and then maybe we can get an answer for Terry, and then we'll go to Mac.
Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks for putting up with me. I was trying to break in when I was getting them on the phone. They have a 0 number and a 9 number. 9 number goes to their office admin, and the 0 number is general information, but they both ring forever and go straight to voicemail. So I ended up leaving voicemail, but no one's answering the phones at Vanguard. And same thing when you plug in 4th and 5th grade, same thing, rings forever and then goes to voicemail.
So what that tells me is that they're flooded with phone calls.
Yeah, absolutely. And that also says they're not taking them anymore. So we'll try again later. Yeah, be careful with that mixed gas. We had that problem in New Jersey during Sandy for like a year. There was a couple of gas stations that were mixing their fuel to extend it out, and it was blowing up motors. People's motors were getting ruined. And unless you had a receipt and proof and timeline, and even then it was hard, and only like a handful of people actually won anything against those gas stations.
Yeah, I don't mean to interject, but I do fuel distribution, so if you'd like my take on how it happened, I'm happy to give it, but I don't want to interject.
Yeah, and then let's hear from Dominic, right? Dominic, and then we'll go to Bill.
Hey guys, thank you so much. When we dispatch a gasoline truck to go lift product, all they do is enter a prompt, and a lot of these mega haulers that we use have 200 trucks at a time, so they're loading maybe 20 loads every few hours out of a terminal. So if you send basically all of these trucks to a terminal and they go load, and they basically get under the truck, hook up to their bottom loaders, select the prompts, load 5,000 of regular, so-and-so of super, and the rest diesel. If the terminal basically is putting the products through the pipe wrongfully, the driver's never going to know. The company who's selling the fuel is never going to know. And they won't even know based off the bill of lading until they're pumping it. It gets through the system. The gas station receives it until a customer has an issue. So oftentimes what ends up happening is it's just something wrong at the terminal, whether it be a prompt or a digital problem. I don't want to be conspiratorial, but it could be, these systems are not foolproof. Someone could hack into the system and move the prompts around at the loading rack. But oftentimes, no one knows until it's way too late. And it's not the gas station's fault. It's not even the hauler's fault. It's usually falls down the terminal, but the terminal never takes the blame for it.
But Dominic, 17 of them?
Yeah, I said,
that's what I don't understand.
Like for New Jersey, we use a company called Prospect Transportation. They operate 200 trucks, and we do 20 loads of gasoline a day. If I dispatch them, they may load, 20 loads for us in 2 or 3 hours, deliver it. It gets out there. And then by the time someone's actually affected, you could have 17 sites be whacked out. It's not unheard of. I thank God I've never had it happen to me, but when you're moving high velocity like this and a loading prompt is wrong and someone's loading that many loads, it shouldn't happen, but it can.
I see. I like the clarification. I'm glad you came up.
Of course.
But I mean, this is they're trying to get stocked up with fuel because I'm sure that, you know, everybody's trying to get fuel right now. And now they have 17 sites that are down. You know, I could see where somebody could derive to a conspiracy theory that this was done on purpose.
Yeah, and look, these loading facilities may not have the most ironclad security. I mean, I'm not playing the conspiracy theory, but to play it for a moment, this could have been complete error. But somebody could hack into these systems and change the digital loading prompts to do something different than they're intended to do. I don't think that's what happened here, but you just never know.
Yeah, good point. Well, thanks for coming up, Dominic. And I did give you a follow, and I am in New Jersey. You're in New Jersey. I see those trucks all the time.
Appreciate it, brother.
I have a brother-in-law that works for Enright.
Awesome, man. Appreciate it.
Just glad to find another New Jersey, and that's all. So glad you came up, Dominic. Let's go to Mac. Go ahead, Mac.
Well, speaking on what Dominic said, it could be something as simple as the operator of the truck got to a certain location and couldn't unload all of the product. And instead of dumping it out like they're supposed to before you go load something else, they just loaded right on top of it. Years ago, I hauled gas and diesel and kerosene and red fuel as well. And there were some guys who got caught doing that. They're just being lazy. I mean, it's not that hard. I don't know how many compartments that the trailers that service Dominic have, but I do believe the one that I was pulling on a consistent level, there were 3 or 4 of them that had 5, I do believe 5 or 6 compartments. I think 5 compartments at the most. Some had 4. So it's not too hard to not completely clean out or forget, or maybe even the guy at nighttime didn't clean it out, and the guy who came in during the day and drove and pulled that tanker didn't check behind the guy from the night before, and it could have been contaminated. Or they could be dumping, they could be dumping diesel on top just to, make sure they have enough of the regular gasoline that people are requesting to have to get the hell out of town. There could be any number of reasons that this happens. And if you think about it, a 4 or 5 compartment tanker, if they go to 2 or 3 stores, and then you have 4 more trucks that do the same in the same type of realm or situation going on, it's very easy to see how 17 stations can be affected very fast, and nobody really knowing until the consumer gets the product at the end, and then they're going down the road and the car just quits on them. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you. So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, again, it's a very convenient timing. I think that's what more people are looking at, that, this is, very convenient timing right before a hurricane. I mean, it's starting to barrel down on them now.
Yeah. As far as the rates go, you're 100% correct, and so is Chris. We've been talking about this for a very long time. This morning in our alliance, I got a very concerning note from one of the congressional offices in New York that said they had a meeting with Congressman Marcus Molinaro, and I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, representative of New York, and he said something interesting. He came out and said for his boss to consider our transportation intermediaries accountability bill, but he would want the transportation intermediaries association's input because he said they are a big stakeholder. I completely disagree with that. I don't see how they are a big stakeholder. All they do is represent brokerages. They don't have any assets. They're just a membership association. They lobby, but they are not a stakeholder. A stakeholder is someone who actually has something in the business itself, as far as I'm concerned. I'm a stakeholder. Mike, Texas, Chris, all of us are stakeholders. We have a stake in the business. These guys are just looking for people to pay them membership money and go lobby. So how in God's name are they stakeholders? This is where, once again, our congressional leaders are failing us as a people, and they're not paying attention to what the truckers, who are the people, who are the labor, are telling them. They're just ignoring us because of the TIA's presence and power and whatever else, and donations that they can give them. Yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense. But I will say that you're right about the pressure that we've been putting on. Mike Boston put up in the Facebook group today something about disclaimer. I think it was from Dad. So I don't know whether they've been actually hiding that. That's been on there, but nobody's really looked for it. But if you have something like that that's that important, it should be out front. It should be on their front page. It shouldn't be hidden somewhere. It should be bold enough so people can understand that these rates that they're putting up are not exact and do not represent the whole industry and everything else in that realm. I don't know if anybody wants to add to that, but we have broken this dam open wide, and we are not stepping out. We are not stepping off. We're not stopping. The pushbacks that we get from some of these other guys is just laughable. I had some this morning. And one point before I go, there seems to be a lot of confusion being pushed by TIA, okay, on two things. One, they're saying that this transparency is to be published for the public view. That's a lie. That's an outright lie. If you read the regulation 49 CFR 371.3, you will see that nowhere does it say that anything is to be published for public view. Now, someone put up in response to me that this is what Ann Reinke, who is the head of TIA, made that statement, that it's going to be a rush to the bottom, a panic rush to the bottom, basically is what she's saying, for the rates once these things get published for the public. There is no for the public in this. This is nothing of the public. It's like every other business contract that you may or may not have as business. That's between the parties that are involved. And that's it. It does not go public. And that's a lie. So that nonsense needs to stop. The other thing that TIA and these others are pushing is there's no correlation, absolutely no connection between safety and the lower rates. And that's another lie that they are trying to push on to people. So I hope that everyone that's listening understands that a trucker has to make choices. And if all the trucker is doing all the time is running at or below their costs and doing like some of these others are suggesting, where you should just take a hit and take a loss or not chase money that's owed to you, then you are faced with choices of repairing certain things or putting certain things off. And then that can become extremely dangerous for other people out on the road. You've heard me talk about all kinds of different examples we see out here on the roadway. One example is the truck that I saw in Alabama with 4 drive tires with steel showing in the middle. That's been there for a while. Nobody's caught him. You know, bald single tires that got sent to me through pictures. And the list just goes on and on. These guys cannot keep these trucks safe and compliant at these rates. And anybody who tells you they can, they're full of it. They're absolutely full of it. So thank you for letting me get those points across, and I will back out. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate coming up. We'll go to let me go to Daffy real quick. Okay, Daffy.
Thank you. I will be real quick. I agree with you, Marlon. I think that this is something to set up for this hurricane, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid they're going to have people getting hurt, getting stuck, broke down in a hurricane. That's all I have to say is, I don't trust them anymore, and I'm afraid for everything anymore.
Absolutely. It's just too convenient. Daffy, we've been watching everything happen, right? It's way too convenient. So thank you for coming up and sharing, because that is my belief too. 17 and I'm wondering if they're strategic or they're all in one spot. I would like to know that. So good thoughts. Thanks for coming up, Daffy. Get Albert.
Yeah, to piggyback off of him, it's not just those issues with the race to the bottom. It's also dealing with the fact you got these brokerages, like the one gentleman I spoke with in Florida when I was down there. There's certain brokerages down there taking upwards of 60%, not just the 30, 40, 50% around some of these driver areas. And then you got these brokers, foreign IPs. They're not paying them, and the money's going elsewhere. Some of it towards child trafficking, some of it towards the CCP countries, right? We got that. There's over 9,500 brokerages, half of which that are unaccounted for in terms of where the money goes. And you got 20% failing right now for those reasons. I mean, the money race to the bottom. He's right, absolutely. How many Mexican truck drivers were stopped since 2020? One. And I think they just stopped 11 because there was a meeting with you guys, and it was kind of like a give me thing, and they want you guys to shut up. I wouldn't shut up though, because they haven't stopped any more since. So there's a lot going on here, and we can't let these truckers get destroyed because they replaced a lot of the railroads. There's entitlements that they had that you guys are entitled to that I've been fighting for. And there's other things going on in the back rooms that we're fighting for you guys. But there's no way you guys should give in on those lower rates. And, as far as safety goes, God forbid somebody rolls over a couple cars with some family kids in there, right? That's going to be a huge nightmare. But the brokerages aren't going to take responsibility. It's going to fall on the trucker, right? So yeah, we're not just fighting for the truckers. We're fighting for road safety and families and a way of life. So it's all important. It's not just that one aspect, and you need to tell these TIA people, well, stop supporting CCP, stop supporting trafficking, stop taking money, and stop derailroading money, and stop pushing it off somewhere else, and start paying you guys what you're supposed to be paid for. I'm all for people making money, but it should be squarely and fairly, and it sure as hell ain't right now. And then the more into this we get, the worse it comes across. Thank God you got like Jenny and Mike and everybody. I'll land.
Well, Albert, we're just as bad. We're the ones going into Harbor Freight, and we're going into Bass Pro, and we're going into Dick's. Go look at the tags. There's not one thing made in America, not one thing. And 90% of it is either made in China, Mexico, or Indonesia. So let me.
There's zero looms in this country, also. Zero, right? So the looms are in Mexico, China, Indonesia, Taiwan, right? And a few other countries. If something ever happened or someone got mad, we're screwed. That's basic stuff like that.
Well, I think that's what really President Trump wanted to do, was institute industry back into this country, right? Was incentivizing it, cutting regulations so that these companies could come here and make a profit. I think that was the message that Trump was trying to tell us, right? And we're watching the other administration just tear it up and throw it away and sell all of our goods off.
It can't be just a factory. There's something called the manufacturing ecosystem. And this is why when factories come over here, they go back because they're kicking our ass in this. It's called the manufacturing ecosystem. It's research, development, prototype, manufacturing, and distribution, right? And they're all within 5 to 30 minutes of drive time physically of each other. Okay, so if there's a problem anywhere in that chain, they can correct it in minutes or hours. Whereas if we just bring the factory here the way it works now, right, it takes weeks to correct the problem, sometimes months. So there's all that downtime. So if we're going to win, right, we need to get the entire ecosystem. We need to start integrating AI with robotics, because China's already doing it, because they're already feeling the wage pressure, right? Mexico is becoming more favorable. Indonesia and there's a few more countries that are getting up and up, but at a lower wage. But the first one to the end line, to that finish line with the marriage of AI with robotics and manufacturing is going to win, right? And it better be us.
Well, wait a minute, Albert. What you're saying though is like the longshoremen. You're telling me that all these ships and the unloading and disembarking of all this stuff should be all automated. This is the
No,
push.
that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying in the manufacturing process, there's going to have to be more automation, and it will create more jobs. Okay, when I was born, there was 19.6 million factory workers. We have 13.2 million now. If we automate those areas where that gap is, we can create jobs where there's people who don't need a college degree, because you don't need a college degree to change a hydraulic hose or switch out a circuit board or do upgrade maintenance, module maintenance, right? That creates more jobs, right? And that's not going to automate the longshoremen, right? It costs $1.5 million to keep a ship at vessel, $40,000 a container when we bring them in from China or Mexico or whatnot, right? But there's no reason why we can't be shipping out products made in America and keeping longshoremen busy at the same time. I'm not talking about erasing jobs. I'm talking about adding jobs and talking about us closing the manufacturing gap to make us powerhouse again. This way our dollar isn't made on service industries alone or fictitious elements of society, but it's the backbone the way it used to be on real product and a real GDP.
Well, before we go to Texas, let me go back to Bill. I'm sure Bill wants to respond. Go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, I'd like to respond about the safety. What's another thing that's happening right now, and Albert touched on this just a little bit, and I want to compound on this point here. Some of these brokers are demanding a roadside inspection, okay? And a lot of us truckers know that roadside is basically by happenstance, and it's also based on your inspection value. You basically, in a nutshell, have a red, a yellow, and a green when you pull into a scale house. Or you get checked by a DOT officer and their computer is up and they're running it. And the first one is you must inspect. The other one is an option to inspect. And then the green is you're good to go. Now, unless you're doing something completely wrong or there's something completely wrong with your truck, 95 to 99% of the time, if you're in the green, they're going to let you go. A little bit less percentage if you're in the yellow, they're going to let you go. But if you're in the red, they're going to inspect you. So this is what they're basing this inspection thing on, is they're saying that this will verify who you are and that you are an honest to goodness motor carrier or whatever else they are hiring you, to do, depending upon what your classification is, whether you're a logistics company that has trucks or whether you're a brokerage firm, whatever it is. But what they're saying is that your trucks are legit and you are legit. Well, what's to stop somebody from seeing you on the road, pulled over, taking a picture and taking all your information and then go calling on a load and running it with somebody else's truck or one of their own trucks and then double brokering it? This, again, is another false narrative being pushed by the brokerage and freight forwarders and 3PLs and TIA. And I've said this, and I'm sorry if I repeated this, and I'm repeating this now. We told them in 2008. We've told them before then, if you want more frequent inspections, then go to Congress and get it put in. Make them do it. Make the US DOT do it. Go to the safety advocates. Make them do it. 6 months, biannual, 90, 120 days. Whatever you want to do, put it in there. But here's the thing that everybody should wake up and just put their coffee down and put the teaspoon down, put your fork down from eating lunch or breakfast, whatever you're eating, and take note of this, that they've known about this. They've known about this option. We're in 2023. We talked about this. Now, I don't know if it was in 08 or earlier, so at least 15 years ago, and we haven't stopped talking about it, that they should do this. And the reason they don't do it is because they know that it would put a lot of these carriers off the ability to haul because they would not be able to pass inspection, especially today. A lot of these carriers we see at these tire shops, a lot of these carriers we see at these repair shops, they can't even afford the bills. They can't even afford to put on a tire. No, I'll wait to put this one on because I can only afford to put that one on right now and take the chance. Now, there are some states, North Carolina's one, Virginia's one, that have indicators in the ground, some type of contraption that tells them the tire is bad. And then you get put out of service, and then you have to repair the tire right then and there, or you don't move. But you still get an out of service on your safety score. So, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Feels like it's the big lie. Let's go to Daffy real quick, and then we'll go to Texas. And maybe Mike will step up, see what's he's doing.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah,
Mike's having some problem getting up to speak. I just got off the phone with him. I don't know what's going on, but he's having some issues, brother. He's wanting to put something out there, and he asked me to do it. But if we can get him up, I would prefer him do it. But yeah, I want to speak on it as well. I didn't mean to interrupt. But he is having some technical issues. He's got two devices going and can't get up on either one.
All right, no problem. Here, let's go to Daffy, and then we'll drop Mike down, bring her back up. Go ahead, Daffy.
I'm just real quick. I just wanted to say I work at Cabela's and Bass Pro, and we have a lot of American-made stuff. I just wanted to defend it a little bit, and I'm going to pay more attention to what's not American-made there now.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I'll have to tell you that the exposure I have to Bass Pro is in Atlantic City, and I was looking for clothes, Daffy, and I could not find one thing made in America, not one thing.
Look up their Redhead brand, and we also carry Black Rifle coffee, which is made by vets. I just wanted to let you guys know that too.
Oh, well, thanks for coming up and sharing that. Go ahead, Big Daddy.
Yeah, so from the information that I have gathered, the Cabela's and Bass Pro Shops, it's not all about where the products are made, but the fact that the company itself has gone woke. And as far as Black Rifle Coffee Company, they have gone woke, and I haven't bought a single product of theirs since.
Well, I don't know how they've gone woke because the store I work at, everybody is a Trump supporter. I haven't seen any wokeness whatsoever. So I'd like to have proof of that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Daffy. Go ahead, Texas. You want to go, and we'll see about it.
Yeah. Daffy, Jamie Anderson, Texas Trucker at Large here. Let me give you some information about Bass Pro and Cabela's, and this is firsthand knowledge. Now, I don't know about their products, but I know as far as their most of their commodities are shipped using carriers like Christensen Transportation. I know I've done a lot of the Bass Pro and Cabela's load. Now, let me tell you something about Christensen Transportation and the carriers they're using to move these products. They are mostly predominantly lease purchase programs where they've got an owner operator in that truck that they're robbing. They're mistitled as owner operators when they're nothing but a company driver with a title. I know from experience because I worked at Christensen Transportation, and they robbed me for about $8,000 when I left there because I could not make any money because the way they set things up, your owner operator, and that's with italics around it. That's what they label you as an owner operator, but you're the owner operator is the one that's paying to move them shipments. In other words, so they get $4 or $5 a mile on these lanes. They put it on a truck that an owner operator is paying for $1,400 a week. You're paying your insurance every week. You're paying for all the fuel. You're paying for everything, and they're paying you $1.25 a mile and taking out all of the money to move that load out of that $1.25 a mile. Okay, so when it comes down to it and you actually get your settlements, you're making less than a company driver with no benefits. they're sold out to big corporations as far as moving their products, and that's a fact. That's not hearsay. I've got the rate confirmations to prove to you. I got the receipts to prove to you, and all of my settlements to prove to you what I'm saying. And if you want them, I will send them to you. They got me for $8,000 when I left there. Put me in a real bond, and ended up me going back in my own truck and under my own authority when I didn't want to because the economy was bad, but I literally couldn't make a living there. And they're doing this every day, raping drivers. And I went to pay the taxes on the money I made there. That I couldn't even pay the taxes on the money. I had to file an extension because I'm paying all the taxes. I'm paying all the fuel. I'm paying for the truck payment. And then at end of 3 years, they tell you when you go there that there's no balloon payment, that it's a walk-away lease. It's a lie. At the end of 3 years, you pay $170,000 for this truck because they take out 43 cents a mile of your $1.25 a mile. All right, 43 cents a mile truck payment. So at the end of your 3 years or your 395,000 miles, whichever comes first, then they take the truck back and put you in a brand new truck, and it's wash, rinse, repeat. Now, the paperwork you get on these trucks say that the value of the truck they bought it for was $170,000. In order to keep that truck with 400,000 miles on it and 3 years old, they want you to pay them $90,000. Okay. Now, if you don't keep the truck, they sell the truck for $90,000, give you $11,000 and keep 79. And I can prove all this. I got all the receipts to go with it. And it's going to the task force for the FMCSA on predatory lease practices. But that's who Bass Pro and Cabela's are using to move their freight. Are they America first? I don't see it because they're not worried about the Americans. They're worried about the big corporations. And I'll leave that there. That's facts. When I hope Mike can come up and speak on this, but we have got to address this Molinaro cat over there. As far as the stakeholders in the market, the TIA, exactly what Max said. This is something that we really need to get laser focused on. It's a problem. The special interest money controlling the markets and these people that have no stake in the market coming in and dictating what we do and how we run our business and the rules and regulation. It happens through TIA, through the ATA, and I don't know what UATA is doing with their PAC money. I'm not going to speak bad about them because I don't know, but I know all the rest of the PACs is special interest money is going to these people that is on a salary provided by us to make them rich. None of these people get rich off of the salary provided to do their job. They're already paid to do their job. Why should they get all this special interest money and get super mega rich like AOC started with nothing and now she's got worth $30 million? That's off of the money being supplied by these association organizations, these PACs as special interests to control people like us. We've got to drill down on this, and we've got to put it out there, just like we did on the data from all these places that's controlling the markets. We come together, seen the problem, put it out there. We spoke about the problem, and we started attacking it, and we completely broken their narrative. They're broken, and now they're trying to pivot and come up with other reasons. Now, what this chick Ann Reinke says about a race to the bottom, I believe she's correct, but it's not on the carrier side, because what's going to happen when this information gets out and the shippers see what they're paying the trucks? The shippers are going to say, oh, no way I'm paying you that money when I know what you're paying that truck. The race to the bottom is going to be on the broker side, not on the carrier side, because they've already cut us to the damn bone. They can't cut nothing else from us. The race to the bottom will be on the broker side, and that's the reason why they're so concerned, and that's the reason why they're trying to stop the shit, because they know it's going to put them out of damn business when these shippers see what they're paying us to move these damn loads. I'm sorry, I got a little heated there, brother, but I'm going to park it there.
I agree with you completely. I did not know any of this, and I'm going to see how I can help to fix it. I'm with you on that. I am so sorry you're going through that. I didn't know they were ripping you guys off. I'm in the store. I don't see what happens in the back there. So that's
Well,
terrible.
Daphne,
I'm so
if you'll
sorry.
watch the trucks coming in, you'll see Christensen Transportation, and they're a scam company. They're doing it to drivers. I've got 6 drivers that are willing to turn over their paperwork right now to FMCSA and the task force, and I'm looking for more because I'm going after these people. They're getting rich on the money we make, and we're paying for it, not them. They it costs them nothing. They do not hire very many. They hire company drivers because they get us out here to pay for these trucks. And instead of selling the truck, if they can't sell the truck or that driver leaves, they charge you $10,000 and then put a company driver in it so that truck didn't cost them nothing. That's what they're doing. That's the scam. That's predatory practices, and it's what we're addressing. You watch the trucks coming in the distribution centers for Bass Pro and Cabela's, you will see them. I'm gonna
Yeah,
park it there.
I'll bet they're charging the new person they put back in that truck for that truck again too. I hope not, but I'll bet they are.
No, ma'am. They put them on. They put them on 54 cents a mile. If you've got 20 years experience, they pay you 54 cents a mile, and they're getting $5-6 a mile on these loads. That's what's going on.
And then the other part of it, Daffy, the other part of it is that they are declaring these drivers as independent contractors, but yet they're getting paid through this organization. They're not carrying insurance. They're not paying for trucks. You know, like they're trying to set it up to where it's a tax loop that they're going around, Daffy. And this is in the billions of dollars. This isn't just a couple. This has been practiced for years and years and years. So bringing these things to light is why we're having these spaces, Daffy. So thanks for coming up. Mac, you want to add in there, and then maybe we can go to Mike?
Yeah, if I can, real quick. She is 100% correct. I don't think the connotation got across correctly, but she is 100% correct. The truck that Texas was in, or anyone else that is in, that if you do not finish that program, they will take that truck and put someone else in it. And it's not just big companies. There are some small owner operators who do the same, and it's all circling around this 1099 situation. And they're telling you that you are in fact an owner operator, and then you are in fact an in. Has been going a long time. It hasn't caught as or since the meeting in 2021 in Charleston, but it is definitely catching more and more heat. And we have seen the AB5 take place out in California. And this is a major labor battle, and it definitely is a ripoff. And the way the companies, I won't say the name, but they have a separate company that has that actually has their original first name in it, but it's not the trucking company. It's a leasing company. So they lease you the truck from their leasing company and then put you to work in their trucking company. And that's predatory, because you're captured and you're in the same environment. Now, if you were to lease a truck from a completely different leasing company and then went to work for them, that would be a different story. But one of the main things that this task force is supposed to, and that's in quotes, supposed to, look into deeply and try to stop is that practice right there. But these guys, I have a friend out in Idaho, and she and her husband own a trucking company, and they know of a lot of people that are doing this exact same thing on a smaller scale. They'll get 2 or 3 guys, and they are, in fact, cutting their overhead on everything. You know, they're not paying the insurance. They're not paying the maintenance. They're not paying the upkeep. They're not paying for the driver. They're not, and most of all, they're not paying for the equipment. So you're definitely taking all of that out of the equation of the main parent company. So yeah, it is abusive and it is predatory.
I want to say something before Mike goes, please. You know, and it's been a long time since I said this. The association, us company, us owner operators and small carriers that built this association. This is the important thing. Right now, we're addressing the elephant in the room, what's running us out of business. This was our starting point, and this is our fight right now. We've got a lot more fights coming and a lot more things loaded up that we're going to address. You know, this is where we're at right now, but this is not where we're going to be a year or 2 years from now. We're coming after it all.
And I mean, they better take notice because look what we've already accomplished. Look what we've already done. You know, if you're a predator out here preying on the men and women sitting in this seat, we're coming after you, plain and simple. And that can't be understated. You know, there's a lot more things that we intend to address and correct, and that's where we're at. Let's see if we can get Mike up.
Hello.
Yeah,
Can everybody hear me? Sorry.
yeah, got you good.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been busy this morning. There was some news by one of the Alliance members. Thank you for giving me the mic. If everyone, for the people that do not know, the almost all trucking companies, except for trucking associations. Excuse me, I'm reading an email from my people down in Washington about the news this morning. Almost all of the trucking companies, trucking associations, except for OIDA and ATA, have formed an alliance. We are basically joining arms and trying to work together to draft legislation and fight for truckers' rights in Washington and across the country. And it's just been a lot of work, and there's a lot of things going on. And I've been listening this morning, even though I haven't been able to get the mic. I've been listening, and yeah, you know, everything that Jamie says and Bill has said about predatory leasing and financing is exactly true. But I want to point out where it all started. You know, what Bill said is, you know, a lot of these companies are smaller now that are doing this. You know, because it's not hard. It's very easy. The way the industry has been formed by Congress and by the regulators, the FMCSA and the DOT, it's been very easy to do this. And there's been a large wave of new players in this industry that have come in here and joined in, and they are doing it as well. So in the past, you know, it's been the mega corporations, the mega carriers that were doing this. And now guys with one truck, two truck, have their own MC number and DOT number. They can start, you know, leasing out their MC numbers and do the same thing. And you have to look at why. The blueprint was created years ago by mega carriers that found anomalies in the surface transportation industry and weaknesses, basically loopholes that they could manipulate to their own benefit to make money on other things besides rates. And from a dollars and cents standpoint, if you're a mega corporation, it makes sense to your balance sheet. It makes sense to your investors. If you're a publicly traded company, they're loving you. They're loving you. If you can charge an owner operator an extra 6% for something, that adds up if you've got 100, 200 guys leased onto your authority. And if you can charge them, you know, each guy $200 a week for a trailer rental, $1,200 a month to lease a truck that they're paying, you know, $300 a month for, that adds up. And you know, a perfect example of this type of fraud can be found easily on Google. And if you go to Google and you go back to 2018, You Google a company called Celadon Group. Celadon Group, the name starts with a C. It's Celadon. Celadon was a perfect example of a good company that got influenced by Wall Street and money, and basically is one of the companies that created the blueprint for predatory leasing. I mean, they were evil geniuses, to be quite honest with you. They within their corporation, and it's exactly like Jamie said, they break everything up so nothing is connected. So you have, in the case of Celadon, you have a carrier, right? That's the trucking company. You have a separate entity, that's the broker, that is the conduit that gets the loads to the carrier, which they after give to the owner operators. And then you have the leasing division. The leasing division is the key, though, right? That is the division that brings the suckers in, right? Now, Celadon also had a CDL school. So when the leasing division brought in the suckers to become truckers, guys that were off the street from all over the country, they'd fly them in. They would go to the CDL school, get their CDLs, and then, hey, great, you got your CDL. Guess what? We could put you in a truck. Just go across the street and talk to the guys in the leasing department. And they got them in a truck. Well, now you're in a truck. Now what? Hey, you know what? Go over to these guys at the carrier division and they'll get you an authority to run under. Great. Now I got an authority to run over. Now what? Well, then you just go to the guys over there at the brokerage and they'll set you up with loads. How? We've got contracts all over the place because we're so large. We've got contracts with Walmart. We got contracts with all these mega corporations because we cut everybody's throat and do these loads for dirt money. Okay, so Celadon, by the way, shut down in 2018 under a large scandal. The stakeholders in that company looted it and shut it down. A couple of them, I think, went to prison. The owner died, and everything just went to hell, and Celadon went out of business. At its peak, it says here, they operated 4,000 trucks and owned an additional 11,000 trucks through Quality Equipment, its leasing division. Now, through Quality, here's the interesting thing about Celadon, and this is how deep it goes. You see, people think that, and this is my opinion, but people think that it was because of Celadon's bad business that got them shut down. The truth of the matter is, in my opinion, what happened with Celadon and got them shut down was deeper than that. I believe International Trucks got Celadon shut down and exposed the fraud that Celadon was committing for years before this. See, Celadon would buy trucks in bulk from truck manufacturers. And because they would buy trucks in bulk from truck manufacturers, and were able to do it because they were publicly traded and had a lot of money, and they had an unlimited influx of people coming in off the street looking for trucks, they were able to do this. And everyone remembers how bad that International Truck was back in I believe it was the years between 2013 and 2017 or 2015 with the new DPF systems, the way that motors would burn with the DPF systems. These people that they were pulling off the street weren't that stupid. They were bringing those trucks back and refusing to pay the leases. It turned out to become a multi-billion-dollar class action suit against Celadon, against International, and International roped Celadon into this class action suit. And that's really what exposed Celadon, because they were hiding all of those losses from those return trucks on their books. And remember now, publicly traded companies have to have their numbers audited, and they have to be honest about their numbers. Celadon tried to hide all of these return trucks on their books. And that's really what exposed Celadon as a predator carrier and a predator leasing company. And that blueprint that Celadon has, a lot of it, except for the CDL school, is being used right now by a lot of these carriers up in Illinois, a lot of these Russian carriers, a lot of these foreign carriers. They're bringing these foreigners over on these HB1 visas. They're bringing them in here and they're getting them into these leases, and they're basically making these guys live out of these trucks. And these guys have no homes. You see them at the truck stops. You can tell that they have no homes. They're living in their trucks. They're fighting for showers at Love's. I seen them this last weekend when I was in New Jersey. All of these foreign guys standing at the desk there with towels in their hands, trying to get a shower. It's just incredible. And that's the thing with predatory truck leasing. It's been around for a long time. The governments know about it, and they never did anything about it because they just didn't care to for their own reasons. I've been really busy this morning on the phone. I'm sorry to talk everyone's ear off. I've been real busy this morning on the phone because one of the Alliance members had a meeting with Mark Molinaro of New York. And he basically told this member that the only way that he would consider regulating brokers is if he spoke with the TIA and got their input on them being regulated. And I'm shocked that my own congressman in my state would say that. 5 minutes after I read that text from this Alliance member, I called him up and said, I'm calling him right now. And I called the guy and I got in touch with his office and I let him know I want to have a meeting with him. My people in Washington are setting that up right now. And I am setting up a meeting with him. And I suggest that everyone call this guy, Mark Molinaro in New York, and let him know that we are not going to stand by anymore and watch associations and special interest groups pay them off to draft legislation that favors them. This is not pay for play. We're not trying to hear that. And we are going to take it to them if that's the way they want to do this. We are not the ones to play that game. So that is what we are dealing with here. Jamie's exactly right about what he says about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Senator, congressman, president, these are all great jobs. It's an excellent job. That's all it is. It's a job, and it's a great one. You get a lot of perks. And one of the perks is you get rich. And we have to look at it for what it is. And we can't play that game. And I'll park it right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Am I speaking over anyone?
No, hear you loud and clear, Jamie. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, it's been a little glitchy for me and others, but good to hear from you, Mike. I know you've been really busy. Not sure if Marlon is tied up or maybe we're going to be putting a bow on this pretty soon here. So I just want to take the time to thank everybody for coming in case the room crashes. That happens. And if we don't get to talk to you today, we'll get you up as soon as we can. See you next time. I see Forever wants to come up. I'm trying to throw you, Mike. We'll see if we can get that going. And I think she has succeeded in taking that mic. Let's go to Gina Bottle, and then we'll go to Forever. And I see Mac wants to come back up. So let's talk to Jeannie. How you doing?
Good morning. I have connection right at the exact moment, so I just want to say hey to everybody. Thanks for stopping in. If there's anything that you need me to do to help you, please let me know.
Beautiful. Did you want to go? I don't know if you can hear me. Beautiful. Do you want to go?
Hello.
Hey, Jamie. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Hey there, everybody. Good morning or good afternoon. Just a couple of things, and I'll drop down. First, I want to say I've never heard so much great information, and I want to thank everybody in this room, anyone in the trucking business, for all your extremely hard work. I don't know what we would do without you. The second question that I have is, who governs is the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, FMCSA, do they regulate all aspects of the trucking industry, or is that completely a ridiculous thing?
The FMCSA is it's a safety regulator, and it is put in. Okay, the surface transportation industry changed in the last 43 years. The FMCSA regulates trucking companies. They regulate everyone except freight brokers. You can see this on the FMCSA's homepage. If you do business with any type of trucking company, whether it be general freight, a bus company, any type of for-hire company, household goods moving, if you have a problem with any of these companies, you can file a complaint at the FMCSA. If you are a household goods mover and you do business with a household goods broker, or if you are a consumer and you hire a household goods moving broker to help you find a moving company to move you across country, and you have a problem with that moving broker, you can clearly file a complaint at the FMCSA's website. If you have a problem with a freight broker, now this is important, a freight broker, which gets its authority to do business from the same organization that I got mine, Mac got his, Texas got his, everyone gets theirs. If you have a problem with a freight broker, there is no place on the FMCSA's website to file a complaint against a freight broker. We confronted the FMCSA on this fact at the Texas Trucking Show. They had a booth at the Texas Trucking Show. Texas Trucker and Jake confronted the two people from the FMCSA, who were supervisors, by the way, about the fact that there is no place to file a complaint against a freight broker on their website. They said, sure it is. Of course there is. Just go here, go there, go here, go there. The same thing I was told when I tried to file a complaint against TQL 7 months ago over the phone. Go here, go there, go here, go there. They went back to the booth, and Jamie's here. He can tell you. They went back to the booth, and they went here, went there, we're here. No place to file a complaint against a freight broker. So they go back to the FMCSA's booth at the Texas Trucking Show, and they said, please show me where to file a complaint, because like me, I felt really stupid. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Please show me where to file a complaint on your website. So they hand the guy the phone. I believe it was a woman. And she couldn't find it. She went to her partner next to her. She said, where do you file a complaint against a freight broker on our website? He said, let me look. Yeah, it's right here. He couldn't find it. And they said, you know what? We apologize. You're right. There is no place to file a complaint against a freight broker on the FMCSA's website. They send you somewhere else. Look, this industry and Congress and all the pro broker associations have been protecting brokers for 43 years. It's obvious. It's very plainly obvious. And it's sad. It really is. It's sad. Truckers are being forced to live in these conditions and operate in these conditions. And they are dealing with a Congress that couldn't care less about them. And it really is sad. And we're fighting out here every day against these members of Congress and senators that are just, I mean, I don't know what else to say. They just, honestly, they show that they just don't care. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
It surely
Hey,
does. And thank you.
let me clarify something real quick, please.
Wait,
Mike, that
could
was
I just
Jennifer.
finish my sentence? Could I just finish my sentence? WM, if there's anything or anyone in this room that if you feel that any of us here on X or Twitter or whatever it's called, please let us know. There are people out here that are willing to help or assist in anything to help you. I'm one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You can contact me anytime. I'm always available. The best way to get in touch with the association is from our website. It's info@tnooa.com. I read all emails. They come directly to me. And our website is www.tnooa.com. And you can also find us all over MAGAMISSION.org. They host us 3 days a week on these spaces. If you're interested in surface transportation news, such as boycotts, strikes, anything like that, which we do frequently, please join us Tuesdays like today, Thursdays and Sundays. And we really do appreciate the public support. The government and the regulators do not listen to us. They've become deaf over the last 43 years to truckers' issues and problems. We're basically called crybabies. We're told lines like it's market rates and it's the economy. And then the president gets on TV and says, hey, we're doing great. We're out here paying almost $5 a gallon for diesel fuel, and we're pulling loads that are paying us $1.50 a mile. You know, the American Trucking Research Institute put their report out that they put out every year, and we're paying more now to operate our trucks than we ever did at any time in history, ma'am. Than we ever did in any time. You know what? I'm about to start crying right now because I can't believe that I live in a country like this. I really can't. I really. We're paying more now to operate our trucks than we ever did in history. We're paying between $2.25 and $2.35 a mile to operate our trucks, and we're seeing loads for less than $1 a mile in some areas. And I'm going to park it right there, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Jamie.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I'm not sure, Matt, I don't think you could hear me. I was speaking. I'd just like to say before we lose the connection or whatnot to please pray for Florida. Checking into it, they've shut 42 schools down, 16 colleges, and the airports. But one of the biggest concerns I have is that multiple areas are expected to receive a 7-foot storm surge. And in history, they've only had as high as a 3 and a 4. So just keep that in mind when we in the space, and I hope that some of you pray for the people of Florida. Thank you very much.
I will definitely relay that message, but I want to tell you, I wasn't able to come on the show earlier because I've been speaking to a lot of our guys that are racing towards that hurricane with food and provisions and emergency supplies. They are doing what they always do when this country has a problem, and they don't run away from it. They run towards it. So I will be praying for those individuals that are currently loading their trucks and their trailers, racing towards that hurricane, not away from it, towards it, like they do every time, and then get spat in their face by Congress when it's over.
Amen, Mike.
My prayers are definitely going to go out to them. Thank you.
Amen, brother. Amen. I'm not sure who was next. Have we heard from Hippie yet? And then we'll go to Jennifer, maybe.
I just wanted to apologize. I laughed when she first said, is it regulated by the FMCSA or is that a ridiculous thing? I only laughed because the FMCSA is a ridiculous thing. Their oversight is terrible, and that's what we're fighting for. I wasn't laughing at the question. I just wanted to clarify that because I didn't want you to feel like you were being laughed at. That would not be the case at all. I was laughing at the fact that it's ridiculous how the FMCSA operates and how they treat us. So I just wanted to make sure you didn't feel like I was laughing at you.
Right on, Jen. And we know you weren't laughing. Yeah, Hippie.
Hey, okay, I'm gonna say this as even as I can because I'm so angry right now, and I want to cry with you, WM. I'm so angry. Is there any way we can publish these congressmen's numbers? What can we do? I'm so angry right now, and they're pushing the food and the supplies to the people who need it, and I'm so angry. And if there's any way I can get on the phone and I can get all the other people I know in these spaces to get on the phone, I'm going to do it today. I watched my own industry pilfered away like this in the medical field, and it just hit a fever pitch just now, just listening to WM. And I just wanted to say, brother, I stand with you.
You know, Hippie, there's a lot of Americans that stand with them. And, you know, again, you know, you've been in here since the beginning. You've watched the evolution of what's going on. And we gave it a timeline. And guess what? It's preceding the timeline. You can see the activity against it. So, hey, coming in these spaces is exactly what it needs. So, hats off to everybody that came in this space today and wanted to participate.
Thank you, Marlon, and thank you, Hippie. There is a member who is listening right now. If you scroll down, her name is Blake's. There's a little American flag next to her name right under her face, Blake's. If you follow Blake's and get in touch with her, she has a list of every congressman and every senator in the country right now, federal and state. If you get in touch with her and tell her what state you're in, she can send you the list, and there is a pre-written letter that she has written herself, and all you have to do is sign your name to it. You can do it online, and you could send it to your congressman or senator down in Washington, as well as state. You can see her right down there on the right-hand side of your screen, Blake's. Blakes. She just gave a thumbs up. Get in touch with her, and she will help you contact your congressman and senator. And I'm going to say this one last thing. It doesn't matter what you are upset about. If you're upset about vaccine injured, if you're upset about a kid's patch in school and that kid being removed from school, if you're upset about fuel, gasoline being mixed in diesel fuel, if you're upset about wind farms killing whales, if you're upset about truckers being abused for almost a half a century, the people that you need to contact are in Washington that are enjoying life right now, enjoying their entire month off vacation, and getting ready to go back to Washington to do nothing. These are the people that you need to contact. This is their job. This is why you got up and voted for them to go to Washington and listen to you complain. This is their job. Force them to do something. This guy, Mark Molinaro, he is waiting to hear what special interest has to say about truckers being starved. He wants to know what TIA thinks about that first before he acts, before he listens to any problems about truckers and trucker issues. He wants to know what TIA thinks about that first. This is what we're dealing with every day in Washington. These blind, deaf people that do not care about anything except their own pockets. Thank you.
Hey, real quick for the space, Smoking Monkey, for some reason, I can't bring you up. I've tried several times. Maybe you can take the request off, jump out of the space and come back, and maybe we can get you up there. Sorry about that. We'll go to Texas and then Mac.
Hey, I'm checking in here. Go ahead and go to Mac. I'll go after Mac, please.
Go ahead, Mac. And for my two co-hosts, I have to step away for 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Well, to put this, I have two things. This congressman, as Mike said, is out of New York. And I said earlier before Mike came on, Marcus Molinaro, Molinaro, Republican of New York. You can call this number. The number is 202-225-5441. Okay. You can say whatever it is you like to say to him in regards to this issue. Don't cuss him out. Don't call him names. Just state the truth. And honestly, what does he expect to hear from the head group that represents brokers as to them being regulated? They're going to tell him, no, we don't need that. And that's an outright lie. Some of you know, some of you don't know. OOIDA, which is Owner Operator Independent Drivers Association, invited me to their board meeting last fall. And I came down pretty hard on their chief of enforcement, a guy named Jack Van Steenberg, who I do believe has retired by now. And the major issue that I had coming towards him was truckers not being paid, truckers being denied pay, brokers not being regulated, credit fraud, broker fraud, freight fraud, and anything and everything in that realm. Well, I'm sure you can understand that my presentation and questioning of him was not very well liked nor very well accepted. So he has now resigned. But this is the government's position. It was that they're basically not going to do anything. When I asked him straight out, what about the Department of Justice taking care of this like they used to, like the two cases we saw many years ago, and then another case that we saw that involved military loads a short time ago, he basically said the Department of Justice is no longer interested in pursuing this. We've seen one case out in California. The Southeastern United States Attorney's Office prosecuted a fellow a little while ago. The case started in 2022, finished in 2023, but it wasn't that much money. But the double brokering and brokering fraud is tremendously rampant out in Southeastern California. So this congressional person stating that they want to talk to TIA basically has already shown his hand. They need to be regulated. There's no reason that they're not regulated. The other point I want to make is someone started talking a little bit about the costs of things. Okay. I talked with a trucker this morning. He paid I don't know what you pay for an oil change for your car, but he paid over $450 for an oil change. And with his truck, he does it every 15,000 miles. So let's say just for an average, you put 3,000 miles a week. That's right after a month, probably about a month and a week. You're looking at changing your oil every single time in the truck like his. Some guys go a little bit further, maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 months, but you're looking anywhere between $450 to $600 for an oil change. And that's not including the change on an auxiliary power unit. Auxiliary power unit will power up the truck so you don't have to idle. Sometimes those preventive maintenance visits can cost over $200, maybe more if you need a part. These are the things that are going up on us. And I will give you an example. I need to replace the tires on the front of my truck. Okay. They are known as steer tires. And I've got a pretty good guy that I talk to who gives me a very good discount that I've been dealing with for years. Let me see if I can find the prices. Hang on. For 2 Yokohamas, well, okay, we'll go with one out the door. It's $570 a tire. That's dismounting the tire, putting the new one, taking the old one off, putting the new one on, put it back on. We'll balance it and then put it back on and torque it down. And then another 50 to 100 miles, I come back and they retorque it. For the general tire, it's $645 a tire. For the Toyo tire, it's $515 a tire. And for Continentals, $726 a tire. Now, these are, which I can put heavier on the front with those than I 14 ply. But still, these tires never used to be this much. Now, I called 2 or 3 different dealers in my area and along the way. Nobody has these because they're 24.5s. The companies have, what happened after COVID was all the big corporations and others bought up all the 22.5 tires. Okay, that's the rim size. So they fit a 22.5 rim. Mine is a 24.5. So the manufacturers of the tires quit making the 24.5s, backed out of making them. In fact, some of them just completely put those molds away. Tires are made in a mold. Okay. So now guys like me who have the 24.5s are struggling all across the nation. I was out in Amarillo, Texas on Sunday. There was one place that had it. When I called him back, he said he didn't have it. They wanted $900 just for one tire. One tire. And all these people at TIA and these other groups are saying there's no correlation between rates that we're getting paid and the safety. How many guys would run tires past, and I brought this up already, and I brought this up last night on the YouTube video podcast. How many people are out here running with tires that are non-compliant just to try to get by? You see all these pieces of tire all over the road? That's those people. They blow them. Most of them are recaps where they take the tire that's been used, scrape it down to the bottom of the casing, and then put new tread on it. It's a process. You can look it up. It's pretty involved. It's gotten better over the years, but they still blow. Recaps are never trustworthy all the time. But those are some of the costs that we pay all the time. Some mechanic shops are over $250 an hour now. You won't find a shop on the interstate near me for under $180 an hour. You'll be lucky to find a local shop for $100 an hour, labor-wise. We just caught a shipment the other day of all Caterpillar parts that were made in China that were not official Caterpillar parts. All kinds of stuff going on. Every which way we turn, we're getting kicked. And the last thing we need is our government to say, Well, we need to check with the people who represents the brokers to see if they want to be regulated. What does he think they're going to say? Just sure, come on, the door's open. We're going to let you in and come in and regulate us. They're going to fight every tooth and nail that they have. That's why they're going to D.C. at the end of September. That's why they're holding this party for all their congressional people. It's a party. It's a meet and greet. It's a kiss my congressman's ass meeting. That's exactly what this is. They're going to try to convince them that a regulation, a ruling that's been grounded for decades, over half a century almost, is not worthy now because they say so, because money is going to turn that, because their favoritism. Come on, that's not the American way. Thank you.
It's not, Mac, and that's why we vowed to do these spaces so that we could actually get this out. Hey, it's coming to the end. I want to invite anybody up that wants to speak their last piece, and only because I'm going to be going through a touchy area. So let's go to Texas, and anybody else wants to come up, take a microphone, and we'll think about putting a bow. Go ahead, Texas.
Yeah, thank you. Them Toyos in the 22.5s, Mac, down where I live are 750. Pop. So, yeah, that's what I run on in front of my truck until I went to these off positions, which I like better. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Whoever that was I cut off a while ago, I apologize. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just trying to interject and let everybody know we don't want to put false information out here, and it was actually Jennifer that talked to FMCSA on that. I was manning the booth at the truck show when they found the FMCSA booth. These places are big, and I mean literally it's like digging through a needle in a haystack to find these booths. They found it and they come back and reported me, and I actually, when I went back over there, I wanted to, because they had already covered that topic, I wanted to jam them up on another topic, which was the brokers requiring inspections, and they said they're aware of it. Now these was field office supervisors, the big wigs. They said they was aware of it, but they didn't know how they would fix it, because and they agreed 100%, because I told them, I said, look, I haven't had a roadside inspection in 3 years. I haven't. The last one I had was up in Oregon. And I said, well, they said, yeah, that's because you got a clean driving record. Your company's got a good safety score, and your rating is really well, so they're not going to pull you in. You run pre-pass, they're not going to pull you in and inspect you because they don't see no reason to. I said, I understand that, but it's hurting our members and owner-operators and small carriers out here because these brokers are not wanting to load us without inspections. And if you pull into these weigh stations and ask for an inspection, they're going to look at you stupid. And what I've found and the information that I've gotten from people is that, not only they're going to look at you stupid, they're going to say, well, no, we don't have time to do that. You know what I mean? We'll get you. But they never do. If you're one of the better carriers that is actually handling your business, you keep your rig clean, because that's one thing they look for. They look for a raggedy rig or a dirty rig, and that's the ones they're going to pull in and inspect. So if you take good care of your equipment out here, you liable to go years without getting an inspection, and then these brokers start not loading you because of that. It's wrong. It's something that we've got to address and figure out how to address with FMCSA and DOT. They won't accept the inspection that you go into a reputable mechanic shop and pay for, which you do yearly. And I'm not talking about the federal annual inspection. I'm talking about your actual inspection when you go get tags. They won't accept that. That's not what they're looking for. They're looking for an actual roadside inspection. So it's something that we got to figure out and address, because it's hurting a lot of us, a lot of the small carriers and owner operators out here, because the better brokers won't load them and they end up running for trash brokers. And I want to reiterate what I'm talking about. We get in here and we talk about brokers this, brokers that. We're talking about the predatory brokers, the mega brokers. Not all brokers are created equal, just like not all carriers are created equal. We know that. We understand that. So I wanted to put that disclaimer in there. I shared something down in the Peel. Please go retweet that, and you can tag Craig Fuller in there. He has blocked me from the platform after I aired him out, and now he's come out and he's they're making changes to their data collection and analytics. I haven't read the article yet, but I've had a couple people tell me about it. But the guy has blocked me. It was live on Let's Truck Space. I tagged him in it. But y'all please retweet that, because I want it to go to Freightways. I want them to see what I'm saying, because they not only showed their hand in this, but I believe that he realized I had him and he was liable for the manipulation of the owner operators and small carriers in the spot market by mega carriers and contract freight. So it's important that we get that out there, and I'm going to keep drilling down on it. I'm not stopping. I'm not over it. It's not going to be out of my system until we come up with a way to fix this and be able to actually, if you're going to reflect something that's going to control the market, then it needs to be accurate. So it's something we're doing, but we damn sure definitely need to get on this Molinaro thing, because every pardon me, every time you turn around, they're showing their hand. They're so arrogant, and the hubris that they possess is unreal. The arrogance is killing them, because they come out and expose themselves, and then they get to mop and broom and all their little cult following. Come and with a mop and broom and try to clean up their company drivers, their brokers, their elites. So it's important that we do this. I'm going to park it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Texas. Let's go to Forever Trump.
Yeah, hi there again. I just had two questions. When Trump was in office, did any of these unbelievable issues or should I ask, did any of your unbelievable issues ease up a little bit, or did they get better under Trump? I'm just curious. Or did they get worse? And also, WM directed us to Blake's. I followed her, but she's not following me back, which means I can't ask her for the information to help out. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Can I touch on that, y'all?
Sure.
Go ahead. So under Trump, I myself saw about a 200% increase in revenue in my bottom line, where under Obama, at the end of the year, I was showing, $20,000, $30,000 on my actual take home, on some years on 200,000, and then under Trump, I was actually showing closer to 100,000 take home on 240, 280 revenue in a car hauler. So on top of the fact diesel was half of what it is now. We were seeing at $1.86 to, 223. Right now it's, 470 up to $6 on the West Coast or something. And I'm going to touch real quick on a couple of things that we're talking about a while ago with Celadon. It was FIDA, FYDA, FIDA Freightliner or Stoops Freightliner. I can't remember which one they were in bed with, Celadon, selling their used trucks that had a $15,000 value. They were selling them to those guys for like 50, 60,000. And they're like, oh yeah, don't worry, we're guaranteeing the financing. That's where their leasing company came in. They were pushing their junkers over to that Freightliner dealer and then selling them back to the leasing company on paper to lease purchase guys. They got into some trouble for that. That was long before their whole 2017-18 debacle on that stuff. That's back when they were pushing a lot of Freightliners. Tires, always like Southern Tire Mart. If y'all are around one of those, shop around. Southern Tire Mart will keep them. If they buy a tire for say $100, but then the next shipment comes in as $200, they don't mark that other set up. It stays at that $100 tag or whatever. That's the one thing I do love about Southern Tire Mart, and that's something where you can save a nickel there. Sap Brothers oil changes are still about 270, right in there. If you can find a Sap Brothers, they are hard to find, but if you get near one and you know you're getting close to an oil change, and they do also still give you the free steak dinner or whatever with that. And I'll get out of y'all's way. I appreciate it.
Steak dinner, Smoke?
Yeah, that steak dinner sounds good. I like that.
Yeah, it's probably akin to chewing on a boot, the steak, but it's at least you get something, other than an oil change, and you get the steak dinner. You can go eat the dinner while they're changing your oil, so it works out pretty good.
So you're saying hold on. So you're saying that under Trump, you saw a big difference as opposed to Obama and then Biden. Is that correct?
I had 1 year under Obama that was decent, and it was just because the car market was so crazy. And I did about 345,000 or so for the year in my car hauler, and then for the rest of the years, it was okay. But the biggest increases I've seen in bottom line revenue in my pocket was under Trump, and now everything is 2-3 times higher than it was, but yet the rates have went down to back where they were, even before 2008.
Okay, so what you're saying is, and the issues that all of you are seeing that are heartbreaking. I'm talking about the issues also, like all the ridiculous bullshit that you guys have to go through, which my heart breaks for you. Did you see that let up a little bit with Trump, or is it the same regardless of who's in office?
I'd like to address that if I could. During the Trump administration,
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I can't hear you at all.
I think the other guy was trying to, I think whoever that was rubber banding. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Bill.
Yes,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Okay. I don't mean to jump in. Sorry if I'm stepping on anybody, but during Trump, we did see him put in Mr. Martinez as head of the FMCSA. The things that we saw him do was grant drivers were complaining to me about not being able to have a break during an exemption. Like right now, like what Mike was talking about earlier, we're probably going to see the FMCSA exempt hours of service for haulers if they haven't done it already in relation to relief and help with the storm. Okay. Until Martinez came into office, your company could demand that you run. And then if you didn't, they had every right to punish you or anything else like that. He put it in as a mandate after myself and others, I can't take all the credit for it, requested that you be given a break. And when I submitted that, I said, maybe we need a 6-hour break or an 8-hour break. Well, he put in a full 10 because that's what the hours of service requires at the time is you can do an 8 and a 2 split, or you can do a straight 10. That's what the hours of service rest periods were back then. So he put in a mandatory 10. You don't have to take the 10, but if you ask your employer or whomever that you need a break from this emergency status, you need to rest, you're tired, you don't feel good, whatever, it's now a mandate. So that's one thing that we saw. The other thing that we saw was the half-hour break get changed from off-duty completely to whatever you want to do with it. And then we got another split added in, which is a 7 and 3 period. So now we have a 7 and 3 and an 8 and a 2. Broker transparency was brought up in May of 2020. It was taken to, I spoke with someone yesterday that probably doesn't want me to mention their name. But there was, in fact, an investigation that got started. And when the administration flipped from Trump to Biden, it just all went away. So unfortunately, the group that started it believed that the government would take it in the right direction. They sort of did, but you really can't keep taking it in the same direction when you have one administration that hates the previous administration, and they want to destroy everything that they've done, every progress that they've done for the American people. And that's unfortunately why we are fighting the way, or have to fight the way we do today for us and everything else that MAGAMISSION is representing. A lot of it is because the Biden administration and people who believe in Biden and all that stuff, they just hate Trump, like Elizabeth Warren. She started a campaign against Trump just because she hates him. And that's now she sees the efforts and the final result of what she did. So not sure as to what the current head of the FMCSA will do in regards to broker transparency. We are hoping that the ruling that comes out will benefit and straighten things out like it should. But TIA has a lot of power. They've got a lot of influence, and there are people calling them stakeholders, which I don't see how. They're just a membership association, basically a lobbying group. Their members don't even follow the standard business practices contract that they put out. You look at TQL, they completely ignore the best practices contract that the TIA people put out for them to follow. They are the number one abuser of the transparency ruling. You have to sign a contract with them if you want to go to work with them that you waive your rights to the transparency ruling. And that's evasion of federal regulation. I don't think if we brought this to this level of engagement like we're doing now, I don't think it would have been around too much longer during the Trump administration. Those are my thoughts.
You know, the Trump administration affected the construction world. Remember Pelosi out in front of everybody and said, "Oh, the Trump organization gave us crumbs and only went to the top 1%." And this just was not true. As an employer, what it did was it lowered my tax rate from 22% to 15% with corporate and payroll, right? So if you can imagine, if the guys are getting more in their paycheck and they have to match less, and then I'm matching less. So it was a big savings to the employee plus the employer on your corporate tax and on your payroll tax. So these weren't just little crumbs like they, made this illusion that it was, right? I can see Pelosi doing it right now with her fingers, right? These crumbs, I could see her doing it. And when it happened, I laughed because it directly affected the construction industry and every employer, right? It wasn't just the state of New Jersey. It was every employer across America and employee. So let's look at what he did and compare it to what we're dealing with now, right? They're talking about raising my tax rate. So let's go back to Mike. Maybe Mike's got a few choice closing words, and then we'll kind of think about putting them up.
I think Jamie wanted to add something. I'm sorry, I'm working.
Yeah, no worries.
I have nothing more to add except Bill announced the phone number for Congressman Mark Molinaro. I'm very familiar with him. I am a resident of New York State, so he is a Republican. I am shocked. I spoke to my people down in Washington. They're listening to the Twitter space. They told me to be careful how I speak about Mr. Molinaro because we are scheduling a meeting with him. If we don't do it through Zoom, we will probably be meeting him face-to-face in Washington. But they advised me to be professional, and I told them I would, and they said I'm reading. I got you. Just providing my professional counsel. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm going to be very professional. In any case, contact your congressmen and senators. Nothing is going to change until you get to those people. We could stand here and scream and yell on social media all day long, but I think everyone listening to this is in agreement that we're all on the same page. But I don't think anybody here is a lawmaker. We've got some aspiring lawmakers here, but they're not there yet. So we need to speak to the people that actually craft this legislation and sign it and put it into effect. I want to say one thing that's important. The FMCSA is a puppet regulator. The Congress has its hand up the ass of the FMCSA, and it works the FMCSA like a puppet. This has been the marching orders since 1978, when the ICC was changed by the White House, instilling puppets to run the ICC that were told, if you don't do what I tell you, you won't be the head of the ICC. So you better get in there and change the thinking of that organization to like deregulation. And that's exactly what they did. And they stuck with those marching orders for 43 years. The FMCSA is a puppet of Congress and the White House, just like the ICC went from being a real regulator for over 100 years to being a puppet of the White House and Congress to being totally dismantled in 1995. And made sure that when they did that, they made sure that any regulatory body that they put in place after that would definitely be a puppet of Congress and the White House. And that's exactly what the FMCSA is. It's a joke. It is a puppet of lawmakers. And if we, by some chance, if we do not get a favorable ruling on transparency, I've already spoken with my people in Washington. We are going to suggest that Robin Hutchinson be removed as head of the FMCSA and the FMCSA's budget be slashed and taken away. Thank you.
Amen, brother. Before we go to Lindsay, let me go to Jennifer real quick, and then Lindsay, I'll give you the stage.
I wanted to read something real quick. My daughter, she graduated high school here early, and she went off to community college. And she had to write, she's English Comp 1, and she had to write why she chose her major. Her major is business and business accounting. So they had to write a short essay why they chose their major, and she sent it to me to proofread. And so, pardon, it's her first ever college paper. Please don't be too judgmental. But this was her college essay. I applied to Northwest Community College with the intention of majoring in business and accounting. I chose this major because I wanted to be able to help people and companies when they're in a financial bind. I wanted to help them improve and better the economic world by getting people and companies paid, offering them better rates, and stopping other companies from stealing from each other. I have to attain these intentions and goals I've set in place. I plan to work hard in school, finish getting my degree in financial business and accounting, as well as furthering my education in the trucking industry. Afterwards, I plan to get a job on the financial side of the trucking industry. Then I can start helping to improve the trucking industry, because trucking industry is always being overlooked and doesn't get half the benefits, money, or credit that they deserve. Furthermore, we will talk about the complexities of the trucking industry that I mentioned above and how they relate to why I chose this major. One of the first complexities would be the rates. Drivers are hauling loads at $2 a mile, and diesel prices are up to $5 a gallon. Not to mention
did we lose her?
Yeah, I can't hear a
Yeah, I
thing.
don't hear.
Oh, Jen, we lost you. Oh, she's connecting. Ah, well, that was
Matrix.
good. That was her daughter who
Well,
wrote that paper.
well, if I can interject, the good news is I have the essay here, and I can continue reading it until she comes back. 1 second. I've got you all as captive audiences. So, furthermore, I will talk about the complexities of the trucking industry. Where did she leave off? Which means sent out by two people in neither person pays them. Finally, the last complexity would be that conditions and rates are so bad for drivers that we are having a shortage of truck drivers or truck drivers switching back and forth from freight to reefer to flatbed due to rates, where sooner or later we will have less and less truck drivers and eventually none. These above stated complexities are why I chose this major. I want everybody to get paid for the work and services they provide. Rates and conditions for our truck drivers should be improved so that they continue to haul goods for us. Otherwise, oh boy, I'm about to cry again. Otherwise, how will our stores get food and products that they need to sell, or our restaurants? Our loads and load boards need to stop being double brokered or falsely brokered so that our drivers can get paid, which is why I would work hard to shut down bad brokerages, bad brokerage companies that steal money. I would continue to further my education in the trucking industry and find a job at a corporation that works in this field, such as my mom's, and get to work bettering our industries. I chose this major as a path to help others and to get other people paid, because I know I would want to be paid for something I did and worked for. I want to be better. I want to better an industry that nobody seems to care about or try to fix for years. And this is how I will do it. We should not be losing truck drivers simply because they won't get paid. It stops with me. I read that letter, that essay yesterday, and I was in the middle of something. I was in the middle of probably four things yesterday. And when I read that letter, I stopped what I was doing, and I wrote a letter back to Jennifer's daughter. Her name is Miss Elisa Cressman. I believe she's 17. And I felt like I needed to respond to that because I have children too, and it's important.
You're doing great. Take a breath.
You're all hard,
You're
brother.
doing
You're
good.
all hard.
I feel you. You're doing great.
Oh shit! It's important for children to learn right from wrong at early ages because I believe, and this is just me, I believe children learn right and wrong at early ages, and it stays with them throughout their lives, and it helps them become leaders and not followers, and not be afraid to speak their minds to whoever tries to hold them down in their life, because as parents, we can't be there to protect them every day. We're not going to be here to protect them. And I tell my kids this all the time. Don't ever be afraid to tell somebody what you think. If you feel somebody is treating you wrong or bad, tell them that. Do not put your hands on me. Do not talk to me like that. You have no right. I feel this way, and this is the way I feel, and I have every right to feel that way. And when I read that letter, I was compelled to reply. And if Jeannie is back, I'll let her have the floor. I don't see her. I'll just continue. So I wrote a letter on the National Owner Operators Association's letterhead. It says, Mr. Michael Boston, the National Owner Operators Association, NOAA, August 28th, 2023. The future of transportation. It's basically a letter and an essay too, sorry. Of the future of transportation. Dear Miss Elisa Cressman, I am writing to you today because I just read your essay about who you are and what your plans are for the future. I would like to say that I'm very impressed with your plans and support you fully. I majored in business and have a degree in marketing as well. Financial accounting is one of the most important functions in business today. Many publicly traded companies would do whatever they wanted had it not been for legislation like the Sarbanes-Oxley Act that was enacted in 2002. The youth of this country are the ones that will make real change and create a better world for everyone. I admire you, and I admire your career goals and your ability to identify an inefficiency that has been abused in the trucking industry today. Freight brokers are using exactly what you are going to be helping us combat to make billions every year off of the backs of truckers. They have slipped through the cracks of regulation and auditing and became very wealthy. Without young people like yourself that make a commitment to end bad business practices and protect the little guy, the trucking industry and the supply chain would be lost. This is so very important because the supply chain and the men and women of this country that keep it moving are imperative to maintaining the national security of this country. To you, Ms. Cressman, I say thank you. On behalf of the men and women of the National Owner Operators Association, you give us hope for a brighter future, knowing that we will be in the best of hands. Always remember to question everything. Go with your gut and trust yourself. Never conform to the status quo and be the leader that you are. Godspeed. Sincerely, M. Boston, President, the National Owner Operators Association.
Thank you so much, Mike, for that. And I have Elissa right here with me right now. She was listening to you read that. I'm glad that you had to read the letter. I'm sorry I broke up, but I would have been crying because it touched me so much as well. But my thing with this was if a 17-year-old who sits here and listens to us on a off and on again time frame can understand what's going on and hears what's going on and wants to make it better, then Congress, the government, the brokers, they need to wake up. We're coming. And my daughter's going to make sure it stops if we don't. So she just ran off into the house. She didn't want to have to say
Good
anything.
job, Mama. You did a wonderful job raising that girl.
Thank you. And thank you. I just wanted to leave you guys to that because I didn't know that's what she wanted to do with her degree. I mean, she's made comments before about doing trucking collections like I do, but it's never been anything serious. And so when she put that out there, I cried. I cried too, Mike. It's okay. I cried. And so I just think if a 17-year-old sees it, come on, people. Come on, God and country. Wake up. We need some help out here. So I love y'all. Thank you for your support. And I'm going to park my truck there. Thanks.
What an example. Let me tell you, like that child writing that made more sense than most adults. You know, and to Lindsay's point, Jennifer did a great job with that kid. And Mike, I can almost guarantee, because I met your kids, I can almost guarantee you that their father is, speaking out there for them. They're listening. They're like sponges, dude. Right. And I'll be honest with you, Mike, and before we go to Chris and then Lindsay, and then I got to wrap the show. I think that God speaks through our parents, brother. Right. This is absolutely. Chris.
So I wanted to come up and say thanks to Jen's daughter, Alyssa. I believe that's her name. she it, it it really does give us hope. That letter right there. I gotta stop. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, if anybody doesn't have a wet tear in their space, that they don't have a fiber of humanity in them. So, phew. Before we go to Lindsay, let me go to Carm. Carm, do you want to say anything going out the door?
Man, I didn't come in here for this. No, I'll tell you what.
Me too, Caroline.
Right. I'll tell you what, Mike and Jenny. Oh my goodness. God bless your daughter. God, that's who we're standing up, and that's who we're fighting for. This is what we're doing it for. Is for young, ambitious teenagers, younger children, and generations to come to have the same opportunities that we did, and stand up when they know it's not right, and speak out no matter what. Do it the proper way, and get educated with knowledge, and pay attention to the simple things. And that child's done that, and she showed that through that letter. God bless her. She gives me hope for this nation. That gave me hope. God bless y'all. Thank you.
Lindsay.
Hey, Marlon. Hey, Maga. Hey, Jamie. Hey, Hippy Dippy. I hope you're feeling better. She wasn't feeling too well the other night, y'all. She had me worried. Those who don't know me, I'm Lindsay. I'm a registered nurse who is severely vaccine injured, but I always have spaces going on my battle end whenever you guys are having your trucking spaces and such. So I haven't got to come over and introduce myself, but I think of you guys often and I pray for you, and I just want you guys to know that you guys are so important in our lives, because without you guys, we couldn't do our jobs that we did as a nurse, or whenever I could work as a nurse. And I just want you to know that you're greatly, greatly appreciated, and you're always talked about no matter where we go. We're always talking about the truckers and the people that bring our foods and our goods and services and everything. So we greatly appreciate you. And if any of you guys did take the vaccine and are struggling with side effects, please reach out to me, because I hold Vaccine Injured Lounge and we're growing in numbers and we need all the support we can get. I know Marlon's aware about Praying Hulk, and I posted it in the bubble. She just let me know this morning on Facebook, so I'm just kind of like flabbergasted that they're trying to pick us off one by one in the vaccine injured community as we're trying to get our voices out there and let the people know the true facts about what's going on with this poison. And we desperately need her back on, Marlon. So I know Albert's working on it, and I sent Shane a message, and Elon, and Texas Lindsay, and all the others out there, and Carolina. So hopefully one of us can get her back on, because we need her voice. Go ahead, Albert. I know you got something to add on.
Yeah, hey Lindsay, hey everybody. MAGAMISSION truckers. Everybody's in the same room today that I've been working with. It's amazing.
Good.
The
I love it.
I've as
It's
far as
unity.
praying hot. Excuse me.
I said I love it. It's unity.
Yes, absolutely. The I've actually been on the phones. I found some corporate numbers for Twitter, so I've been calling them and leaving a bunch of voicemails.
Awesome.
As far as any other customer service goes, it's so bad that even Google says there's no point in emailing them because they never ever respond, and that's the rating on Google searches. So, if Elon can hear this, you gotta get better customer service. This is horseshit. Yeah, any other business would have been crashed just on that customer service. So, and we're the ones supporting your business. So, I implore you to fix it. And as far as Praying Hawk goes, she's on my team, and this is, as far as I'm concerned, political attack, not just on me, but on the vaccine injured, because it seems everything I saw, and Sherry is another one that I'm fighting for as well, because she got blockaded as well.
Oh
So they're
no,
trying
I
to
didn't know
silence
about
it.
Sherry.
Yep.
I'm fighting
HQ did too.
I'm fighting for both of them.
Who'd you say, hippie?
HQ last night.
Okay.
Got
Oh, all right, guys. We got to band together, taking us out one by one.
So yes, and here's the thing: doesn't matter if you're Vaccine Ninja, doesn't matter if you're Trugger, doesn't matter if you're MAGA Mission, doesn't matter if you're a small business owner operator for whatever the venue you're in, right? They're trying to silence and destroy us. All right. Now there was somebody in 1956 who said back then about communism trying to seep their way in and destroy us. We're seeing the final results of that because the truckers, now the vaccines, and the rest of everybody else were the last dominoes to fall because they want peace without war. And this is their message. They want global peace, but it's always at the expense of peace on the terms of communism. We cannot allow for that to happen, right? It should be peace on American terms, on terms of freedom and liberty and our way of life without damaging or destroying us or damaging or destroying our businesses, okay? And that's what this is all about, you know? And a lot of those brokerages that they're dealing with, right? They're foreign IPs. There's over 9,500. There's way more than there needs to be. And a lot of them aren't even physical structures. So there's a lot going on. And this is just a part of the global war. You know, there's another facet that's behind the scenes, the ESG, which is going through the insurance companies, right? There's a chimney sweep. He's not here on the space I'm trying to get him to. But in California, for 18 years, he does his business, right? But because he's not considered green clean, right, or any other score for ESG, instead of paying $800 a year for insurance, he just got slapped with a renewal for $8,500 on these ESG guidelines. And two, they have a specific war on small businesses, especially truckers, especially people like me, my business, right? That on their website it says, don't look at businesses that would be here now. Look at the ones that will exist under our guidelines in 10 to 15 years. It's on their thing through the WEF. It's a council of 24, right? So they're trying to do the final guts. So we have to stand together. And maybe we should do single spaces with vaccine injured and truckers and MAGA Mission, America First, and all that, because they need to see our unity. I have a Gettysburg Address coming up September 16th. I implore everyone to come there. I've set it up for all of your organizations and for your advocacies so that you can have a loud and clear voice that cannot be silenced. And this way you'll also be seen and heard at the same time. So it's important, and I don't think we'll ever get another opportunity to do this. And Gettysburg almost never allows for political gatherings, they said. So the fact that they're doing this is monumental. So I implore everyone to attend. And everyone coming there will have a stage voice for their advocacies.
Amen, Albert. That's why we're standing behind Americans, brother. Let's quickly hear from Bill and then put a bell.
I didn't get to hear the whole letter, so I'll have to look at it later. And I think that's something that we probably should circulate to our congressional representatives. I wanted to address Texas and his comments earlier about Craig Fuller and freight waves. I was reading this that you put down in there. Let me get to it real quick, if you don't mind. It says Freight Wave Sonar announces new renovations data. Users can now this is a catchphrase here. Users can now visualize the most up-to-date capacity supply and demand trends. Okay? He does not, unless I haven't read it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, he has not come out and said the actual number of carriers, brokers, and anyone else that they use. There is no way that they're covering the majority of the industry. And in one of the posts he made earlier, it was they use the quote was something to the effect of they use the data to gather the direction or control the direction of the industry. And they just admitted this is what they're doing for a small portion of the industry to direct the rest of it. That sounds like something else to me. I can think of a couple different words.
We're not taking the right sample, though.
They're taking a small sample and then putting it out for the rest of the industry, which is what one of my friends has been complaining about for many, many years up in the Pacific Northwest. That once they put those load rates out, it hurts other guys that have had better contract rates and, done it for years because they're looking to drop those rates. It's like the story I was telling the other day. I don't want to take it up. We do it another time, but these people, they need to let everyone know how many units or widgets they're taking, whatever they're taking it from, and how they're doing it, because this is not representation of the whole industry. Not even 1% is what I'm looking at. I could be wrong.
Right. Oh, hey, I think you're right. That letter does need to circulate in front of our Congress. I'd love to see that happen. Let's go to Shane real quick. I'm sorry, Shane, we're at the end of it, but I wanted you to get to speak.
Yeah, and I heard you wanted to wrap up, and I didn't mean to hold you up, but listening to all of this, and last night there was a good space that Lindsay and I got pretty well acquainted. If you read the Inflation Reduction Act and the IIJA, and you dig through all of that nonsense, you will see where all of this is coming from. And I'm sure that there's many on here that have looked into it, but they are literally coming after every industry, and they're going to pick up all the small ones unless you're a big corporate conglomerate or you're heavily tied into any of the unions. You are pretty much going to get sucked right out of the system. That's their intent. And talking about widgets, there was a bill that passed in this state this year that they pushed really, really hard, and it's a union-driven bill to monitor like what people are, how much a person is allowed to do per hour. So in other words, if you're outperforming, if certain people are doing 300 an hour when others are only doing 50 an hour, well, they're going to try to balance it all out because then you can only do 50 an hour. I mean, this is literally where this is trying to go. They're trying to literally stop those that are motivated and slow them down. So I don't know if you read those two things and you look at the amount of land they're going to consume, agricultural land, and think about the truckers. If they don't have crops to haul or commodities, and if we don't have food and we don't have a reliable energy grid, I mean, if you don't have power, you can't get diesel fuel out of the ground through that pump into your tank. So where's it all going to go? I mean, what's the end game? And I think people better start paying attention to what they're trying to do. And this is coming from what I think it was Albert said. It's coming from the WEF. This is where it's all derived from. So it's our country if we can keep it. It's our republic. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you coming up. I'm about to run out of signal. I want to go to Jamie and Maga real quick. Jamie, quick out the door.
Yes, everybody. So, I was praying for the truckers to have some peace and hope, and I really loved listening to that letter, and I hope it gave it to you guys. And I'll just say, God bless you all. Keep your rubber on the road. Stay safe, and we'll see you next week. And thank you so much for coming in and sharing and letting us hear you. And Texas, by the way, I really like that picture. That's sweet. So I'll go through and look at all your posts that you posted today because I've been driving while we've been doing this. And again, just have a blessed day. And thank you, Fearless Leader. And one more thing, go to magamission.org and check out all the great shows and spaces that you can visit. And everybody's on there and you can click right there and go to them. So that's it. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for coming up, Jamie. Mag?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody. I've been listening the whole time. I was working, but I'm free now. But man, what a great space, Marlon, and everybody that came up and contributed. Once again, Lindsay, Mac, Albert, Shane, X, Hippie, Carmen, Texas, everybody. I could keep going on and on. Jamie, Marlon, great space. Another one for the books, guys. And I think we're making some headway here with some of the people we're working with and the connections we made. So all I can say is thank you so much, everybody, for contributing, because without you, we just have a room here with nothing going on in it. And you guys bring it every day, and we thank you for that. And can't thank you enough. I'm just going to land it there. My heart is touched by everything that was said today, and I know Mike had some emotion, and it does get emotional. This does tear at your heartstrings. So this is part of the work. There's some emotional stuff. There's some happiness, triumph, frustration sometimes, but overall, it's a mission that's worthy of pursuing. And I thank you all for going down this path with us and on this journey. Let's do it. All right, Marlon, you got it, brother.
Albert.
Yeah, and one last thing, and I am a campaign, so I do have to shill. I need a certain number of signatures to get on stage. And so it's not about the dollar, but it's the bare minimum required to collect the signatures because I need the name list in order to hand them over. But at the same time, it gets your voices heard, it gets your passions put before it in the form of policy, because then they have to hear it and then they have to act on it when they see real Americans in a plight. And the other thing, the nations, they also help put together things like Gettysburg and other events that are coming up, because, speakers, stages, and things like that, 300 to 800 a pop, depending where you go, and whatever commodities that go involved with it, permit fees and everything else like that. So, donate Albert Harshaw for president.com. Donation page is there, powered by WinRed. It goes straight to my campaign fund account, and then fund to save, secure, and get used only for campaigns, and it gets your voices heard on stage, and it gets more gatherings for us to be heard, loud, and seen. So thank you, and I'll end.
Thanks, brother. Go ahead, hippie.
Just wanted to close it out by saying, God bless you, Merlin. God bless MAGAMISSION. God bless you, truckers. God bless America.
Amen.
Amen, sister. And then, hey, I just want to turn one more time. Just, hey, Mike, thanks for coming out and showing your heart today. It's all worth it. So, hey, make sure you check out the Gypsy Lounge on Friday, 6 a.m. East. Make sure you check out 5 with Sean, little politics, lots of action. Make sure you check out MAGA Space, 10 a.m. West, 1 p.m. East on Saturday. Capturing your local vote. You know how important that is. Shane, well, thank you for coming. Mr. X, Lindsay, Mike, WM, MAGA. Thanks for being on cover.
Yeah, amen to all you. Thanks, Marlon. Hey, keep it going, truckers. You guys are the backbones of. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So keep it going.
Marlon, you're kind of roboting, but what I think you're trying to say is God bless America and God bless everybody in the room, and Godspeed.
You hang out first.
Yeah, we lost you, Marlon, but everybody, again, thank you for showing up, and I'm sure Marlon will be closing up the space here shortly, but yeah, we'll see you on the next one.